We got some ideas. Go ahead.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Electoral Area Services Committee meeting for Monday, December 8th, 2025. It's a lovely BC, Vancouver Island wintry day out there with lots of water and a little bit of wind. But we're happy to be here on the official unceded territories of the Comox First Nation. We've got quite a long meeting today, and the first part of it actually is concerns the Black Creek Oyster Bay water system and asset management thereof. So we have welcomed the Area D Director from the Strathcona Regional District, John Rice, here as part of this committee to sit in on the presentation. So I think we're just going to dive right into the presentation. We have a report dated December 6, 2025 regarding the asset management program and for receipt. Moved and seconded on receipt, and over to the CAO for introduction.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to the committee. Yes, you introduced this well. We have a staff report here on the asset management supplementary information. This is a report, this is a topic that has come to the board on a couple of occasions, and we wanted to be able to share more specific information with individual committees and commissions throughout the month of December as the proposed financial plan is being put together, and it'll be published towards the end of January. Director Rice, we've invited you because we could have done a separate and complete presentation to the BCOB earlier, but we felt that there's a significant amount of overlap here between the water system in BCOB as well as the other water systems in the electoral areas. And so we thought it would be more effective to invite you here and have one presentation. There's a couple of staff reports that went to the previous board where there's a lot of context and information about asset management overall. We're not going to belabor that information. It's all available for you to take a look at. But Chris LaRose, our Senior Manager of Water Wastewater Services, will be introducing some of the supplementary information that's really specific to this committee as well as the Black Creek Oyster Bay water system. So Chris, over to you for presentation.
Welcome, Chris.
Thank you, James, and through the chair, good morning, everyone. Yeah, so I'd like to, as James mentioned, this presentation is intended to provide some context for the asset management discussion and covering off all of in a single presentation addressing asset management for all of the water systems managed by the BCOB and EASC Services Committee, of which there are 5. And I'd actually like to start today's presentation with an apology for not better supporting the asset management governance work this year, for not better supporting it with this context, which I'll be delivering today. I've been a champion of the CVRD asset management program since 2018, when I really started to get a grasp of the scale of the work ahead of us in terms of the upcoming main replacement program. When I heard about the concerns expressed at the October 21st board, I realized that we've been a little deficient in communicating why asset management is so critical to these services specifically. So today's presentation is intended to correct that. As you've seen from the numbers, the services that we manage, those 5 services, they make up a significant fraction of the overall CVRD assets, and in fact are disproportionately driving the need for this program because of how soon they are due for replacement. So the CVRD inherited these water distribution systems decades ago, and since then we've developed the systems and processes necessary to operate and maintain water distribution systems, but we've never been through an asset replacement cycle. And as our first cycle approaches, we need to evolve our processes to make sure that we do a good job of replacing them. So we're aware that we're entering a period of greater fiscal conservatism due to macro forces, and while increasing FTE and consulting costs is counterintuitive, my objective today is to show you that the fiscal responsibility is exactly why we're emphasizing the need for this asset management. because small decisions and optimizations in how we manage and especially how we replace the huge body of assets that deliver these essential services will have a big impact on the cost of services to our participants. I do get the feeling that partially because of that lack of better communication in parallel with the policy and strategy approval process this year, some of you may be thinking that asset management has become a bit of a catchphrase, and that we're bringing this program forward because that's what other local governments are doing. And while it's true that asset management has become best practice for local governments in BC, it's not because it's trendy, it's because it offers a systematic, measurable, repeatable, proven system for navigating the highly complex challenges associated with managing a large portfolio of public assets. And as I'll show you today, it will deliver a very strong return on investment for the water local service areas. I'll move on to the next slide. So first, a quick summary of what we're talking about here in water and wastewater. And for clarity, as the senior manager responsible for that department, one of my focuses over the past years has been to integrate operations, planning, engineering across this department to maximize our economies of scale and deliver our services as efficiently as possible. So with over $1 billion of assets in this department, over two-thirds, or approximately two-thirds of CVRD assets, you're probably starting to understand why I've been a champion of CVRD asset management, as it's largely these assets that are driving the need for the corporate program. And with $200 million of pipe to be replaced over the next 15 years, water local service area assets make up a sizable fraction of that infrastructure. So to summarize, why asset management is needed for the water local service areas. So our asset base is aging, nearing the need for replacement very quickly, and it's also growing fairly rapidly. We're adding services, we're adding infrastructure, and that's coming along with more operators. And for example, taking on the Union Bay service area has added 3 to 4 new operators to our group. And so the addition of, and the reason I mentioned it here is the addition of those operators also provides an opportunity to achieve a greater level of specialization. And I'll touch on that on a later slide. But I really want to emphasize it's the fact that for these services, the importance is really based on the fact that we are approaching our first asset replacement cycle. And we need to evolve in order to be able to deliver such a large asset replacement program in such a short period of time. And finally, rates are already increasing as I'll touch on, briefly summarize on a later slide. The 2023 comprehensive rate review has resulted in a 10 to 15 year ramp up of rates to help pay for this program. But the timing of that rate review in 2023, coming just shortly after the pandemic and only partway through the inflationary surge, means that without revisiting that process, we have the potential to see additional rates, faster increases, or additional above what's already approved. So what we're planning, what you've seen in previous presentations, just very briefly, I won't go through this whole slide, but what I do want to talk about, because it is relevant on a number of slides moving forward, is just this concept of level of service. There are numerous levels of service that we will explore in delivery of these essential water services, but for the sake of today's presentation, I'll focus on the single level of service that has the most significance to the water main replacement program, which is the acceptable level of service interruptions. And this is as an example to highlight the need for better defining this type of level of service. So there is a very straightforward trade-off between the allowable service interruptions and how much life we can squeeze out of our water mains. If the public were okay with just ever increasing frequency of main breaks, we could limp them along at an also increasing level of operating cost for quite some time. But in practice, as we've seen in the Rampion neighborhood over the past year, the public, gets very rapidly tired of a loss of water service and property damage. And as we approach this period of intense spending, road disruption and user rate increases to pay for it all, it's worth thinking about engaging with our elected officials for sure, and possibly our residents to determine what that acceptable level is. It could be that the community might prefer to put up with more frequent main breaks if it means lower water rates, or we may hear something differently. But either way, it will help us inform the way we deliver this main replacement program. And then just a brief slide to highlight some of the other pieces that are happening in parallel with this asset management work. So the first one is that water worth modeling that supported the 2023 rate review, and will support the next rate review that is currently scheduled for 2027. We have undertaken water master planning in 2 of these service areas, so Black Creek, Oyster Bay, and Union Bay. And those processes tell us what infrastructure needs to be replaced because of growth. Asset management tells us when infrastructure that exists needs to be replaced because of condition. And it's those 2 together that allow us to develop those 20-year capital plans and deliver it efficiently. The third is the implementation of a CityWorks work order and data tracking system. This is largely complete for the water system, and it's helping us to keep track of the very high level of work that gets dispatched and completed. And then as a result of that is starting to build some very significant data sets that help us better inform future decision making about how to deliver operations and maintenance. And then the fourth one, incorporating the operational value chain. So we've been working with a third-party consultant to help, and this is relating to that point I made about increasing number of operators providing an opportunity. We've been working with a consultant who specializes in utilities operations to look at our structure and recommend improvements. And they've highlighted to us that the importance of delivering work in following the value chain that's highlighted at the bottom there. And another key outcome from that is highlighted in the bar chart on the right there, where one of the examples of the efficiencies that they're pointing at is that what that bar chart highlights is that our key senior roles are currently spending the majority of their time doing administrative tasks rather than actually operating the system, supervising the operators, and verifying the safety and quality of their work. So that's one outcome that we're currently looking to address through adjustments to the structure. And then finally, working towards benchmarking. How does our performance compare to that of other utilities across BC and Canada? So as I said, I would just provide a brief update or summary of the 2023 comprehensive rate review. So that was driven by unfunded approaching water main replacements. It resulted in an increase to user rates and parcel taxes that were required to fund the borrowing that will be required to fund the replacement of these pipes. It was based only on a high level inventory, so it just age and expected service life of our pipes. There was a commitment at the time to revisit in 2027 after completing condition assessments of our pipe so that we could actually inform the timing of replacement based on the actual condition of the pipe, not just on how close they are to their expected service life. Those main replacements are scheduled to start in 2027. In the meantime, construction costs have increased significantly since 2023 due to the inflationary pressures. And without condition assessment, risk and criticality analysis, that could inform deferral or pushing back some of those replacements. There's a likelihood that when we complete that rate review in 2027, that we will either have to accelerate or increase that existing rate increase program. So speaking of the water main replacement program, and this is where I get to kind of the example to highlight the importance of and the value of undertaking this work. There are kind of 3 broad options for how we tackle this replacement of this $200 million portfolio of water mains over the coming 15 years. We could replace the water mains at or around their expected service life, and that's what is largely what's behind the current modeling. So we would expect to so that would be over the next 15 years. The second one would be to replace those water mains when failures along a given section of main become unacceptable. They reach an unacceptable level. So that would deliver a bit of an extension on the service life, but would likely result in dissatisfaction by our customers. And the third is that we could implement the recommended asset management, define the level of service, and then schedule the main replacements based on the criticality and then maintaining that defined level of service. This series of graphs just helps to illustrate that point and support the next slide. So the top slide just shows the years, and between 2035 and 2040 at the top there, the years of that the mains would be replaced based on achieving their service life. And so what that reflects is that the neighborhoods were built over a period of 5 years, about 60 years ago, and they're up for replacement at the end of that service life. To support the 2023 rate review, we had the Waterworth tool, and they use a waybill distribution, which kind of spreads that out in a kind of a more realistic manner. And then at the bottom is what it could look like if our planned approach is implemented. So it would look, you see that bit of some spending up front where we identify the most critical infrastructure and schedule that for preemptive replacement. And then we're able to push the rest of that program out into the future. And just keep that in mind as I speak to this slide here. And it relates to this concept of the annual cost of asset ownership. So the concept here is that shifting from the expected service life to a criticality condition driven replacement will extend the useful life of non-critical pipe. So it'll push that, think about that, the bottom graph pushing the bulk of the replacements out. So the AXO, the annual cost of sustainable ownership number, is essentially just dividing the total amount of capital that's to be replaced over a certain period of time by the number of years. And what our analysis shows is that the AXO for the water local service area decreases by $500,000 per year for every additional year of service life we can get out of those pipes. And so if we achieve a 10-year average service life extension, that's over $5 million per year in savings over the next 15 years by pushing that spending out into the 2040s and early 2050s. And so to achieve that, we're proposing the asset management plan that was brought forth through the preceding couple meetings, and the portion to be borne by these service areas is 0.4 of an FTE as a dedicated resource to support this approach. In comparison to the values above, 1 year of water main life extension would pay for more than that entire cost of water local service area asset management, which we think represents a very significant return on investment. So putting that piece aside and just speaking to another driver here, and that is the liability to the service. So as I've highlighted, we're seeing significant growth. We're also seeing evolving regulations and aging assets. We know that interruptions in service, because we are delivering water, which is an essential service. So interruptions in service or a failure of treatment can impact human health, it can impact the environment, property, and CVRD's reputation. And if negligence is demonstrated, it can also lead to liability for the service. And the final point there, as asset management becomes best practice for local governments in delivering utility services, that bar for negligence is shifting. And then finally, just as a bonus, there's as I've highlighted, there's some very compelling reasons to stay the course and complete implementation of this asset management plan or program. But as a bonus, the collection of the data that's inherent to that data-informed decision-making process also allows us to collect and maintain data for various benchmarks, which help us to track our performance over time, but also compare us to other jurisdictions. And I just listed some of those here on the slide. And they are administered, some of those are administered by the Canadian Infrastructure Benchmarking Initiative, which has a collaborative of 50 local governments from around the country. So we've been starting to follow their approach, and you would expect to see us reporting out on some of these benchmarks as we speak to operations and support recommendations moving forward. So that's it from me. I know that was a ton of information, but I'm happy to support the discussion.
Thank you very much, Chris. Very thorough. And I think I'm starting to see a glimmer of light on this. Director Arbor, questions?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I had to read the report twice and this weekend because for the first time I had to climb myself down from where I was at. I feel it's a very pushy report. It feels, I named it after my first read, "You're all idiots if you don't approve this report." And there's a number of elements in the report that I just felt like it's overpitched. It feels like I'm going to the dealership to buy a Nissan Leaf and you're trying to sell me a Lamborghini. And that's the tone that I read in the report. And I guess the issue that I have is that we spent much of the beginning of this term launching our asset management program in the small water systems and going to our ratepayers with significant tax increases in anticipation of those replacement costs. And before the term ends, we're coming for more money. And I understand the business case. I like the three options, right? And giving consideration to that, we should take the time to think about those three options. I guess our default option right now is option one, which is to replace assets when they're at end of life, and we've built some financial models around the cost of that. The problem I have is right now it feels like 2020, and it's not just engineering, and I think it's corporate. We're not adjusting as the Comox Valley Regional District to the affordability crisis and the cost of our overall services. This would be much better received if you could tell me that you're going to hire an asset management specialist, but you're going to find savings elsewhere in the department, and that water department is going to come back with a 2% increased budget or 3%. We did that in 2020. We actually did, the regional district managed to identify savings, and we had a decrease in taxation by 0.69 that year. Last year, we're at 7.5%, the year before, 11%. The province and the federal government are tightening their belts, and we're not. We just keep asking for more and more and more. In regards to this one, I'm just wondering if there's an opportunity to, if you can't identify, the department can't identify savings elsewhere to make room for the asset management program. Can we just kick this discussion to next year? What would be the consequence of just kicking this discussion to next year when you've got a fresh batch of elected officials that can decide whether this is the strategic priority at the global level for the regional district? And probably it could be yes, but I just feel like water term, we've already made some hard decisions around increasing rates for the water user. And I don't really want to go back to Union Bay and Royston and say, hey, guess what? We've got the new staff and we're doing all this extra work. The business case is there. I know what you're going to say. Like, you know, it may result in more savings, but in the short term, it costs more. So maybe you can pick on some of my ideas. For example, is there opportunities to identify savings elsewhere in the department to make room for an additional staff?
Yeah, thanks. I guess I'll just highlight what I summarized, and that is that the current main replacements are scheduled to start in 2027. We have committed to revisiting the comprehensive rate review in 2027. And if we don't inform that with condition assessment, then and given the increase in construction costs that we've seen over the last several years, those rates will have to increase. So if we defer this program, then we either defer that subsequent follow-up rate review, or we risk going back with increasing rates. So I'm not as clear that these proposed, the 0.4 FTE and the condition assessments, which have been in the condition assessments, have been in the financial plan since 23. So these increases are not translating to an increase in water rates. They will help avoid a further increase in 2027. So I guess that's just for clarity.
Mr. Lamborghini.
That's helpful, that last point, definitely, if they were built in. And that's something we haven't been presented with, even in this presentation, that this was actually built in the financial plan. That actually helps the case a little bit. Yeah. I mean, and the reason I put my light on is the assumption that construction costs are going to go up, because we just did a fire hall bid and prices across the marketplace is coming down right now, right? So we've had a number of bids below our stated budgets and what the market was going to support at first. So I don't necessarily agree. When I say this is 2020, like, it feels, if you look at what the feds in the province are doing, local government is the only one who is not responding to the new economy that we're facing, that may be going down, and that is putting definitely pressure on households everywhere, right? So I guess the other piece of work I'd like to see is the economics of doing it all at once, the water mains, which is our current plan, essentially, right? When you show that spread over 20 years. Yeah, I'd love to see the economics of that. Like, you had a big figure in there, like there were big numbers in that report, like 200 million, and like, like really in replacement, and I'm just not sure that I'm convinced yet that doing all this detailed work is necessarily going to generate those savings, even though the report says that. But it's new information that's being dumped on us at the end of the year when we're heading into our last budget. And but your last point could probably switch me. If this was in the financial plan, you still haven't addressed whether there's other savings in the water department that could be realized to reduce the pressure from that financial plan, but that could be for budget time, I guess.
I'd like to hear from the CAO.
Thanks. And Chris, I'm sure you've got some comments on the other part of the financial plan. I think one thing for the directors, you're right, you haven't seen the proposed financial plan for 2026 to 2030. That's a document that we'll be presenting or publishing towards the end of January, and then you'll have February and March to review, provide feedback, make changes, and then adopt the budget by the end of March. And so we're presenting this asset management program in the absence of that overarching overall proposed financial plan. So you don't have the full picture in that sense, but we did feel it important to describe the asset management program in a more fulsome way, corporate wide, and then diving into the individual committees and commissions here. So so I think, Chris, if you have more context around other savings, I know as we build our budgets, we are looking at the economic conditions, we are looking at the work plans in front of us, the services that you've instructed us to undertake. And so when you see the entirety of the proposed financial plan, then you will have that full picture. Today, you're in advance of that, so fair enough. You don't have that full picture at this time. Really, this was about providing more context of this particular, the impacts on this particular service around the asset management program. And then, Chris, whether you have anything to add around the services themselves and building those proposed financial plans?
Yeah, thanks, James. A couple of things. First of all, just to speak to the construction costs. So these values are based on, like, we are already delivering main replacement projects. We just completed the grouped water main replacement project this year. We had a water main replacement. We've had water main replacement projects the last 2 or 3. So we're basing these costs on actual delivered rates here in the valley, just to put that piece to rest. And then second, I just want to highlight that we're doing our very best to keep our service delivery costs within the rate increases that were approved within 2023. And to the best of my knowledge, what we're bringing forward in February will keep within that. And like I say, our intention is to not have those increase further. And we're telling you that we need to do this work in order to make that a reality, without giving the freedom to do this work with the resources that we're requesting. You know, we're worried that when we do come back in 27, which is not next year, but the year after, that we will see further rate increases that are being driven by these increasing costs. So, you know, and finally, you know, we've summarized our analysis here in this presentation and in the report, but we have significant supporting analysis to back up those numbers. We're not throwing out wild numbers here. The math is fairly straightforward. The path that we're currently on is going to deliver significantly higher cost of the service than if we're able to do the supporting work and push that work out. And the urgency here in terms of, you know, putting off the concept of putting this off to the following year, the urgency is that we're there. It's not 20 years in the future. We're at the point now where these mains are needing to be replaced, and we're seeing communities being impacted, like the Rampion Road neighborhood. So rather than just respond reactively and replace that a neighborhood like that, we want to be doing the due diligence that's necessary to identify those, replace them, and keep the rest of the infrastructure for as long as we possibly can. I'm confident that a significant fraction, just based on literature review of other jurisdictions that were out ahead of us using asbestos cement pipe, I'm confident that we can push that a significant fraction of the pipe that's currently in the ground will still be there in 2050 and 2060. So that's what other jurisdictions are seeing. So preemptively replacing on the basis of only expected service life will significantly shorten the lifespan of our infrastructure. What we're about here is doing everything we can to reduce the cost to our service participants.
Well, thank you, Chris. You've really laid it out for us. I would also point out the fact that we are only on receipt at this point, but this is a great opportunity for the other directors to ask questions with Chris here. And I just wonder if Director Hardy has any questions. He's okay. And Director Rice, do you have any?
Not really questions, but more comments. And again, just based on my own background, it seems like asset management was always one of these things that, you know, continually get talked at, you know, behind the scenes at different tables. And then when it does get presented to mayors and councils and so forth, something seems to get lost in that translation. And I know that, again, from my own background, we know how long something lasts. So I don't understand why there's so much opposition to not planning earlier, you know, knowing full well that these assets are going to come due. I'm in the same situation, you know, in my own community that I have a significant kilometer of water mains that need to be replaced, and there's been no fiscal responsible plan that has been put in place. And what I've seen is exactly where the elected officials at the time, like, let's not do this in my term, let's wait until the next election cycle to actually do something. And now you take a look in the province everywhere, and you know, now that there's a lot of changeover in our local governments, they're all struggling to deal with some of the big asset replacements that they have. So I don't know what the best answer is, but I firmly believe that, you know, getting ahead of the replacement, and I think it can be done quite well, that you could be saving well in advance for those replacements for the day that they come forward. So those are my comments, and I realize that they're just my comments. Thank you.
No, extremely well put. You know, we are in that unenviable position of being caught between a rock and a water main. But yeah, I mean, I think this is very sobering. I like the way Chris has framed this because I agree with the Director Arbor that it seemed like we were being like a carnival pitchman kind of an attempt at the board to try to sell this thing, and it wasn't going down well. So, Director Arbor, yeah, one more comment.
Yeah, for the benefit of Dr. Rice, because he hasn't been part of our other two sessions on asset management of the board. I think staff knows I've been one of the big champion dating back to 2018 on asset management, and we've made some big moves, like some of our water systems that we picked up in Union Bay were, I mean, constant breaks. I've got Graham Lake that is in dire straits and may go up to $4,000 per home for water per year because partly of the deficit, but also the enhanced regulation. So I'm not some kind of like, uh, I don't know, like just come lucky kind of politician that shows up and just no tax increase. I just, I just, I just think that there's also a limit as I compare the Nissan Leaf and the Lamborghini to how much people are willing to pay right now for the additional. And some people, like if I think on the islands, how people, or even in Union Bay, Royce and how people manage their homes. Yeah, I know there's problems with my roof, but you know what? I can't really afford to pay for it. I know it's best to replace everything and to maintain everything at a high standard, but I also have other bills to pay, right? So that's why I'm being hard on the staff because it's not just this table. It's like at the regional district, we're facing like a big ask for a number of staffs across our programs. And I have said to our CEO, I will be tough on every position because our residents do not want to see a 7 to 10% increase this year. Thanks.
If we only had a crystal ball, see what's down the road for 2026, would certainly help. But I think there's stuff here for the staff to take away. We've heard that we're not categorically opposed to it. In fact, it makes a lot of sense. But how do we actually implement it with having the minimal impact on the service and on the people that pay into this service? Because as everybody knows, nothing is going down in price. And I think food's scheduled for another 6% increase over the next little while again. So I'm getting used to soup and stew. Okay, so we are on receipt. Oh, one more. Director Hardy.
Yeah, just a quick question. I'm not sure if it can get answered today or not, but with regards to Director Arbor's comment with regards to the residents his residents not wanting to see that 7 to 10% bump in the tax requisition. Do we have any idea how much per household that is? Approximately?
Sorry, is the question, what would a 7%
Yeah.
tax increase look like?
Yes. Thanks.
I'd have to check in with our financial services team. I don't have that number readily handy, but we can certainly, that'll be a lot of the proposed financial plan. We'll be talking about those impacts. And we can certainly relate that. Chris, did you have something there?
Yeah, and I just wanted to reiterate what I said earlier, that that our intention is to bring forward a proposed plan here that stays within the already approved rate increases, and that this work is looking to help certainly defer any further increases and potentially even lessen the impact if we're able to demonstrate that our pipes can last significantly longer. So we're not looking to increase for these services relating at all to asset management.
Thanks for clarifying that. That makes a big difference.
I think maybe just to close this conversation and what we've discussed at the board table and tomorrow at Water Committee and Sewage Commission as well. This is really great feedback to be able to put together those options that we're looking at for January for the presentation of the kind of a wrap up of the asset management program discussions and options as we head then into the proposed financial plan. So really appreciate the discussion and some of the feedback here.
I double that. Absolutely. And thank you so much, Chris, for putting this together in the manner you did. It definitely communicated with the directors.
Thank you.
Which the past
My pleasure.
presentations didn't necessarily do. So, okay, so we are on receiving of the report. I'm going to call the question. Anybody opposed to receipt? And that carries. I'd like to call a quick recess before we begin the next portion of the meeting. So just another 8 minutes, 10 minutes, please. Thank you. Okay. I'm going to call this meeting of the Electoral Area Services Committee, Monday, December 8th, back to order. And we have some delegations. First up is subdivision to provide resident for a family, for a relative, section 514. And Jennifer McLean is here to present information regarding a request to the EAs. Move seat on second on your seat and press the little button there and I'll turn on your mic. There we go. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm just using my phone to put my timer on to make sure I stay on point. Oh, perfect. Okay, thank you. Okay. Good morning, Director Grieve, Director Hardy, Director Arbor, and CVRD staff. Thanks for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Jennifer McLean. I'm here on behalf of myself and my husband, Terry McLean. Terry was not able to join us, unfortunately, but I am joined by one of our daughters here, Jessica McLean. So we live in Merville in Area C, and I'm here this morning to advocate for our ability to subdivide our property to provide residence for one of our children under Section 514 of the Local Government Act. So we've been following this discussion on Section 514s in the regional districts for some time, and we are aware that this is a small issue in your world as directors of some very big concerns. But it is an important one in our opinion, and we really appreciate your further consideration this morning. We're fully up to date with all the options that are currently under discussion to address the implementations of Section 514 in the regional district right now. And we really appreciate your consideration of our situation and others in the regional district that are going to be impacted by those decisions. A bit of background about our family. We've owned our property at 7930 Linwood Road in Merville for almost 30 years. It's our home, and we've raised our family there. At 64, I did make a mistake in my presentation. I'm actually 64, not 63. At 64 and 77 years old now, my husband and I want to age in place in our home. We have 5 children, and at least one of them wants to live and raise their family on a subdivided parcel on our property. This provides obvious benefits, such as supporting our aging in place by having family on an adjacent parcel, and it will provide a relatively affordable housing choice for one of those children. Both of these benefits are stated objectives in the OCP. And because our child who wants to live on this piece of land requires land title to protect their property in the future, we really don't have any other options. So this is a map showing the location of our property in the Williams Beach area. It's just north of the Eagles Drive, sort of Kitty Coleman area, which is located at the bottom of the map. We have just under 10 acres or 4 hectares. Our zoning is RU20 or Part 802 Rural 20. It's shown in the brown area indicated on the map where I've got the little horizontal bar. You'll note here that there's many smaller lot sizes in this area, much less than 2.5 acres, including the Serenity Drive subdivision in the north, which I think you're all familiar with, and to the north of us, it's also zoned RU20, and the Eagles Drive, Rennie Road, Aldergrove Drive areas to the south, which is that area in yellow at the bottom. Here's the zoomed in area of where we live. The Lenwood Tasman Road area is just east of Williams Beach Road. This is a unique, isolated rural neighborhood of 11 properties. They range in size from about 2.5 acres up to about 18 acres. And 5 of these lots are under 5 acres. The area is bordered on the south by the Brian and Sarah McLaughlin Regional Park there, and on the north, just off this slide, is the Serenity Drive subdivision. Most critically, this current zoning bylaw doesn't allow any subdivisions here, including any Section 514 subdivisions, due to the 2 times the size zoning requirement that I know you're all familiar with. This map here shows our actual property close up with our proposed subdivision that we'd like to do for one of our children. We'd like to subdivide to create a 2.5 acre or a 1 hectare lot, as shown in that orange there, that borders Lenwood Road. The size of the remaining lot after subdivision would be about 7 acres. So these lot sizes are of similar size to existing lots along the same road in our neighborhood, And they're considerably larger than existing lots north and south of this area, as I showed on the previous slide. So I know you're well familiar with all the discussions to date about Section 514 at this committee level, and so I'm not going to repeat the details, but there are a couple of recent items that I did want to bring your attention to for discussion. At the August 11th Electoral Areas Services Committee meeting this year, there was a staff report brought forward that introduced options to address the implementation of these Section 514s. Then moving forward to the November 3rd meeting last month, two things occurred of note. First of all, there was a staff report that considered addressing additional information regarding these 514 subdivisions. And that report informed that there have been 9 Section 514 subdivision applications since 2016. Second, there was a discussion held by yourselves and staff on options for implementation of Section 514s as presented in that staff report in August. So for reference here, I've just listed the options on the slide that staff report had. Option 1 was just maintain the current status quo zoning requirement. Option 2 was to delete all reference to Section 514 in the zoning bylaws and leave this type of subdivision decision to the discretion of the province. And option 3 was to only regulate Section 514s in specific zones or land use designations. And then this option 3 was broken down further into 3A, which is bolded on the slide there, which was to delete this 2 times parcel size provision for Part 700 rural residence parcels only. And then 3B had some further refinements. So just for clarity, here, option 3A, as presented in that report, would only allow for Section 514 subdivisions in the Part 700 residential zones shown in the green box there. And it doesn't allow for any Section 514 subdivisions in any Part 800 zones in the red box, including RU21s as ours, the Part 802s, and obviously RU8s as well. So following the discussion of these options at that November meeting, the committee then requested that staff report back with an amending bylaw to remove that 2 times parcel size provision for the Part 700s parcels only, which is essentially option 3A of that staff report. This has now become quite a big concern for us. It essentially closes a door for us to subdivide our property for a relative. And we feel that there hasn't been enough consideration given to the impact of 3A if in fact it's implemented. So as a result of this meeting outcome, we took our concerns both to CVRD staff as well as directly to our Area C director, Director Grieve specifically. Staff generally told us that they were following the direction and not likely reporting back on other alternatives to option 3A. And Director Grieve has been very responsive to us and attentive to our concern. He's communicated that staff will be bringing forward a report in the spring to address the committee's direction to review the Section 514 subdivision policies. We really do appreciate your support and the quick communication that you've given us on this issue. Thanks very much, Director Grieve. And we also have continued to engage numerous times with staff regarding the details around subdivision for our particular property. So in conclusion, we're respectfully asking that you consider our request. What we'd like is that the proposed bylaw revision to be updated to include Part 802, including the RU20 zoned properties such as ourselves, for Section 514 subdivisions. We don't feel that this will negatively impact CVRD's growth values or create any undue risk. These Section 514 subdivisions are not common. There's only been 9 applications since 2016, and many families have other options available to subdivide. We really feel that disallowing these subdivisions under Section 514 on the Part 800 properties, such as ourselves, negatively impacts the families. We have no other subdivision options for our aging in place or any affordable relative housing that people in the Part 700s have. And we're not the only family in this position. Given the lack of risk to the CVRD and the infrequent applications, we feel that limiting these Section 514s to only Part 700 lots is an unreasonable position in today's environment in 2025, and we feel that it warrants further study. So thank you for your time and your consideration on this concern and all the good work you undertake on behalf of the residents of CVRD.
I think you've got 25 more minutes almost.
Pardon me?
Got a few more seconds.
Oh,
Well done. Well done. Good presentation.
thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you for bringing this to our attention, because I think that the zoning is peculiar in that section. I don't know where it came from. I'm sure anybody that knows is probably long gone. Any questions of the directors? Not at this point? Okay, well, we don't usually act on any of the information we get
Understood.
from presentation until the next meeting, but as this is always, good to get information, and I think in my situation, speaking personally, I was surprised to find the zoning that you guys had out there in that area. I would have thought it would have been a little different than that. It's not really upland resource area, unless you go back to the logging days of the Parker Brothers Logging Company or somebody. So thank you all very much. And I'm going to call the question on receipt now. Anybody opposed? That carries. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
So we have number 2. Hold on. Sorry, I'm moving number 2. I can't get my computer work. There we go. Yeah. Okay. So we have Bev Hutchinson here to present information regarding another 514 of the Local Government Act. And welcome, Bev. You're already on, and looking forward to your presentation.
Thank you so much. My presentation is very similar to Jennifer's. It could have been said exactly the same except for the different location. But I'm here not because I love public speaking, but because my family. This is a lot, sorry, so I'm a little nervous. But I'm Bev Hutchinson, and I'm the owner of the property located at 4704 Forbidden Plateau Road. And I'd like to subdivide 1 hectare or 2.4 acres of land off my existing 8.56 acre property under section 514. As Jennifer stated, there's only 9, so it's not a big thing, but last week I've been here 16 years. So it's a big thing for me and a big thing for my family. About 2 years ago, I contacted the RD and I contacted Edwin. Yay, Edwin. Thanks for being so responsive. And they suggested the 514 because we want to move my parents onto my property and subdivide the 2 acres for them. So it's really important to us. We've been doing it for about 2 years now, and haven't gotten to the point where we can put it in front of you. But anyways, so I submitted it to the RD. I paid my $4,500 for the rain management, the engineer drawing, everything like that. And then the RD suggested I wait because there was going to be a couple of resolutions on it and a couple of things. And unfortunately, it was postponed. So I'm back, and I'll talk to you a little bit about that in the timeline. But this is my property, 4704 Forbidden, and that's the 2 acre lot that I'd like to subdivide for my parents. My parents are older. Unfortunately, they couldn't be here today because my dad had a fall, and we just really like to live together. And as Edwin said in the August 7th meeting, they really want to build equity. So it's not just a matter of living on the property, it's actually having title. So here's my property. I'm across from Dan's woodlot, and I back onto Mike Lorock's woodlot, and sorry, Dan's airstrip in the front there, and Mike Lorock's woodlot in the back. And then all the properties below and above me are 2 acres. So I'm, kind of the odd man out with the 8.56 acres there. Lots of my neighbors above and below me have 2 acres. So just a quick timeline, January 2024, so almost 2 years ago, first contact with the RD. RD suggested the 514, Edwin suggested the 514, I really appreciate that. Got my surveys, told to wait. Then February 2025, there was going to be no 514 exemptions. Contacted Dean and Blaine, and luckily they were able to come back to the RD and get a grandfather clause. I asked if I could have the grandfather clause as well. Alana said, come down, put in your application, which was really great. So August 26th, I put in my application. So that was 35 days. I got my application assigned to the project manager. And then September of 2025, I still haven't heard back from anybody, but I'm hoping that maybe they're waiting or something like that until we get resolved. But option 3 was only the 700 series, as Jennifer mentioned, and I'm hoping that you guys would allow for the 800 series as well, because mine for some reason is also RU20. And so that was, I'm requesting that the directors ask the RD to look into the 514 exemption in all the series, or just the 800 and below series, or maybe just an exemption based on feasibility, because after 2 years, I just really like the opportunity to put in, if that makes sense. Sorry for the bad nervous presentation, but I really appreciate everybody's time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You want to take a question or two? Oh, is it not a question? No, it's okay. But stay up there anyway. We'll dismiss you at the appropriate moment.
Thank
Director
you,
Armour.
sir.
Yeah, thanks. It's actually not a question specifically to you. It was just going to be a comment on both presentations and just my thoughts, like for staff, I guess, when this comes back in April. It's been a bit of a messy kind of file for us, the 514, which used to be an easy and straightforward one, but it just shows how, in good part, the pressures on the coal government also include the legal frameworks and policy framework that that affect us, and the 514 seems to have been caught into that. My only request, man, I don't know if staff wants to comment, but my thinking is it'd be nice when this comes back for, final sort of setting the course on this. If we could try to dispense and address the in-stream applications. And I don't know if staff is planning to have all that on the same day, but all I'm hoping is that we don't face a decision and then we face more in-stream applications later, and then other residents will hear about it and da, 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 da. So I'm just hoping for a clean kind of process for us to address the like applicants like yours that came today, and also to bring a bit of finality around the long term.
Want to weigh in?
Yeah, only to say that, yeah, I think we would like to provide you with that clean, and to the public with that clean and very understood process and opportunities. This matter has been revisited a couple of times, including a couple of past applications. And so when we do come back with this report, we'll present it in a way that is fulsome and clean, and provide that context. So appreciate the feedback from the delegations as well.
Thank you. Yeah, it's $6,500 in, and that's a lot of money for me. So I would really love to know. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Yeah, I would agree that I'm not sure why we purposely excluded the Series 800 from the motion. I guess because a lot of it was real upland resource and some of it was ALR and whatever, but there are those little pieces that have that peculiar zoning that I believe should also qualify in the final decision of this committee. Okay, once again, we don't make decisions at the point of having the delegations presentations. We always chew on it for at least a month and bring it back, in this case in January. So thanks so much. And we're going to plow into the unfinished business. From the last delegation, staff will provide a verbal update on the delegation from Caleb Bird and Dakota McGovern, Comox Valley Law and Outreach at White Friendship Center from November the 3rd. So we can move to see.
Thanks, Chair. So yeah, as is our practice, after delegations at the following meeting, we do report either verbally or with any additional context. We do intend to bring a staff report forward. It says early spring, so you can expect that in the new year, with respect to some of the matters that the delegation had been speaking to around building code compliance. And so staff have been in engagement with the delegation prior to when they presented, and we'll make sure that that context is shared and that your report speaks to the matters that they were addressing.
Director Arbour?
Yeah, thanks. And I don't think they'll be watching this, but just in case they are, I did ask to see if we could advertise the RV existing opportunities through temporary use permit for our newsletter in January. But I agree with staff, it might be better once we kind of have the fuller context, and then after that, build a bit of communication to residents on that. I thought the delegation was really good in identifying what we know is both a housing solution in rural areas, but also one that is not very secure. Yeah, thanks.
What is it about recognizing existing use? Okay, so we don't need to receive on that, do we? Okay, so I'm going to plow ahead. I'm going to go right into the resolution status report for receipt. And any questions on the resolution report? And Director Arbour?
Sorry, I'm trying to find on the agenda. We were distributed a sheet, I think, from the Ormby Island Arts Center. So I'm just wondering if they're coming as a delegation or not, or this was just for general knowledge.
So I think directors later on this agenda is a staff report related to the Arts and Culture Grant and the Hornby Island facilities, I believe. And so this handout may relate to that presentation, and I'm not sure if Hornby Island Arts Council would be online. They'll be in person. Okay, so this handout was not specific to a delegation. It was to the staff report coming up later on the agenda.
Thanks for clarifying, because the title of this sheet is delegation with CVRD. So I wanted to make sure we were not missing it on.
Stay tuned.
Okay, thanks.
Very good. So seeing no further questions on the resolution status report, anybody opposed to receipt? That carries. Electoral Area C, Development Permit, Industrial Form and Character, DP 9C25, 8574 Reinhold Road for receipt. And over to staff for introductions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Alberic Marginet is our planner one, and Alberic will be presenting this staff report and supporting the discussion to follow. Over to you.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. Through the CAO to the chair and committee members, staff have received a commercial industrial form and character development permit application for 8574 Reinhold Road for the development of an approximate 929 square meter industrial building. The subject property is approximately 1.62 hectares, is zoned industrial light. The property is developed with multiple industrial buildings and accessory outbuildings. The applicant proposes to demolish and replace 3 existing buildings with 1 new industrial structure to support their growing business, which constructs prefabricated modular homes. Form and character development permits exist to ensure that adequate buffers exist for surrounding land uses and that character of a development is attractive and coordinated with the surrounding neighborhood. To support this application, the applicant has provided architectural plans which propose to finish the building in metal and faux wood siding, landscape and screening plans which include parking plans, and a rainwater management plan. The proposed development meets the development permit guidelines. Based on these considerations, staff support approval of this commercial industrial form and character development permit. The Advisory Planning Commission for Electoral Area C reviewed this application at their August 21st meeting and recommended for approval. The applicant was advised of this meeting, however, he is not in attendance.
Thanks very much for that short summary. Director Arbour.
Yeah, just general comments that I'm in support of this. It looks like it fits with what's already happening on the site. And I would also note that they are in a business that's been quite talked about right now. So hopefully they're well positioned for growth. And and can continue on the business. Yeah, I'll leave it at that. Otherwise, on the building itself, it's all good.
So is this, this is the old Purdy Brothers site, is it? Where they have the house moving? It looks like it is.
Unfortunately, I am not aware with that local knowledge. Director Greaves.
Okay. So, but it's a good spot for this kind of operation. And like Director Harper said, we need housing in the worst way, and modular housing is something that might even be affordable to some of the people who could normally not scratch together $1 million for a 3-bedroom house. Okay, well, without belaboring that, we'll ask for a vote on receipt. Anybody opposed? And the recommendation as well. Moving second on recommendation. Any further discussion? Seeing none on the recommendation. All those opposed? Gotcha. That passes. Number 2, Electoral B zoning bylaw amendment 2B24 701 Davies Road for receipt. Moving second on receipt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Stephanie Pollock is our planner 2. Stephanie will be introducing this report and supporting the discussion. Stephanie.
Welcome, Stephanie.
Thank you. Good morning. Through the CAO to the chair and directors, I'd first like to introduce the property owners and applicants, Dean and Joanne Maxwell, who should be joining us over Zoom.
Yes,
great. An application has been received to consider a rezoning that would enable the subdivision of a 0.8 hectare settlement expansion area property into 2 lots. The property is developed with 1 house, and it is directly adjacent to the town of Comox's municipal boundary. The owners are seeking to subdivide the lot using the provisions of Section 514 of the Local Government Act as a subdivision to provide residence for a relative, to create a 0.55 hectare lot and 1 0.25 hectare lot. Section 5013 of the zoning bylaw specifies that no subdivision is permitted under Section 514 of the Local Government Act unless the lot being subdivided is at least 2 times the minimum lot area specified for the applicable zone. As the proposed subdivision creates lots less than this minimum, a zoning amendment is required. The regional growth strategy and the official community plan designate the subject property area as settlement expansion area, which requires 4 hectare minimum parcel sizes for new lots. This minimum parcel size is intended to prevent additional small lot subdivision until such time as lands are municipally incorporated and publicly serviced. These areas are intended to absorb infill and redevelopment once publicly serviced. Further subdivision of lands adjacent to municipal boundaries with rural servicing limits potential for future land assembly to densities needed to make extending sewer services economically viable, thus having an impact on future housing stock densities and costs. The CVRD previously enabled Section 514 subdivisions through site-specific zoning amendments, which were made consistent with the regional growth strategy and official community plan by making the subdivision density neutral by limiting the number of dwellings permitted on each lot. Amendments to the Local Government Act now require each single dwelling residential lot to support at least 2 dwellings, which no longer makes this density neutral option possible. Staff recommends refusal of the application as the proposal is inconsistent with the settlement expansion area policies of the official community plan and regional growth strategy. Staff emphasize that it is contrary to the Local Government Act to approve a bylaw that is inconsistent with the official community plan and the regional growth strategy. Please note that under the existing zoning, a second dwelling unit can be constructed on the property. At this point, staff, as well as the property owners and applicants, Dean and Joanne Maxwell, are in attendance and available to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
yes, I'm on Zoom.
Okay. Does the proponent wish to speak?
Yes, Good morning, Chair Grieve, Director Hardy, and Director Arbar. Thank you for having me. I believe that you have our letter from Friday with the legal analysis from Logan Lapointe from Swift Tattoo, and perhaps a proposed motion and the past staff recommendations in regard to the McQueen application that was accepted finally in 2024. The McQueen application is only 50 meters away from our property. This has been going on for approximately 24 months, and we would like to get some type of resolution today, please.
Mr. Maxwell, excuse me, sorry for interrupting. I don't know that we have that correspondence you mentioned. I'm looking at staff and I'm not seeing anybody recognize that we have that correspondence.
I believe all three chairs have that documentation.
I'm
Well, it's on personal mail, but it's not addressed, nothing to the board. We don't have anything officially.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Did you send it through to staff as well?
I sent it to you.
Jake?
I sent it to you as I thought you'd forward to staff, as it was a CBRD email that I used.
We'll have that circulated internally, and perhaps you can carry on with your presentation. But
Okay.
Thank you very much. At the time McQueen was approved, I believe Chair Grieve, you moved that approval. Director Arbor, I believe you seconded it. And Director Hardy, I believe you voted yes. The interesting thing about the McQueen matter is that it was passed and registered on July 24th of registration. This is after Bill 44 became law. Our current legal counsel respected this, and they said that this was a legal and viable method of being utilized using a covenant. What we'd like is just to have some type of element of fairness that would relate back to us, please. When we applied in January of 24, we were advised by staff that this 514 process with a covenant was a viable option, and they advised that with ESAC support, it very well could be passed, dependent on EASC, and that's why I'm here today. In August the 11th, I made an appearance in front of you folks, and I explained the aspect of the 514 process and how it impacted against my family. Based upon what staff had told me, we have spent over $16,000 on various approvals, which we've successfully all received. This includes Island Hill Subdivision, a QEP report, which actually took the speed from 30 meters to 10, as the property is in pristine shape and has very, very low environmental impact. We also have Ministry of Highways tentative approval, and the CBR water connection is currently in use. As a result, we were confident that everything was in line. We had all the approvals. There was no pushback, no public opposition. We thought we were going to be well ahead to go to the EASC. On the 11th hour, staff came in with a change of zoning philosophy. I have no idea what that means, and I've never really had it articulated to me where that was going. The big impact that we had is that a covenant is a viable and legal option, and this has been supported by our lawyer, and it has not been countered by CBRD staff or their legal counsel. I'm sure if there was an issue, we would have heard about this. The interesting thing about this is that at the current time, I'm zoned CR1, which allows for 2 residences on the property. By using a covenant, what it does, it puts 1 property, 1 house. At the end of the day, there's a 0 net density increase, which fully respects the OCP and avoids any type of creep as far as overexpansion. By doing this, it would be beneficial because my daughter would be able to get on title, and they would be able to then start building equity. Right now, with a 90 square meter house for my daughter, her husband, and 2 little children, 4 and 2 years old, it just is not practical. What we'd kindly ask is that you please consider a covenant being utilized on this property, and this would fit the mandate of hitting the OCP and making a possibility for my daughter to move up to the Comox Valley with her husband. She's currently an employee of Veterans Affairs, and she has a possibility of getting a position at the base. And with the base expansion, she can bring that much more value to the community. We respectfully ask the board to please consider our application fully and granting a rezoning so we can get on with raising our family and having 3 generations. I'm currently a retired RCMP member with 35 years service. I was medically discharged, and my wife is a cancer survivor who needs extensive assistance from my daughter and I due to our ongoing health issues. At the present time, we're actually in Victoria renting down there, so this can be carried out in a very efficient manner. But if we could get all onto one piece of property, you change the lives of 3 generations of people just wanting to live a happy life and contribute to the Comox Valley. Thank you very much for all your thought and assistance on this.
Thank you very much for explaining that so well. We do have some questions. Director Arbor.
Thanks. I empathize and appreciate the applicant's words. I also appreciate staff's report. However, Chair, I think we should defer this item because I do see that we did receive correspondence. The legal correspondence is actually addressed to Alana Mulally, but it was sent to the 3 directors. And on cursory review of it, there are some legal, trying to look for the right words. I'm trying not to use the word threats, but just legal ramifications that are put on the directors in regards to our decision. And it would be best practice for us to defer this item so that staff have the proper time to review that legal letter. As soon as you go legal on us, I think it's just good practice to take a pause and refer it back to staff. And
Director Arbor, excuse me.
I'm sorry, Director Arbor has the floor. Thank you. Director Hardy.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And I agree with Director Arbor. I don't think it's appropriate for us to make a decision today based upon some of the information that went out to directors, that went out to staff, but didn't get included in the package that was provided to us over the weekend for us to review. I did review Mr. Swift's letter to the directors and to the general director, or sorry, the general manager for planning. And yeah, I would just feel more comfortable if the CVRD lawyer had a look at Mr. Swift's letter and could maybe provide us with some further advice before we made a decision here today. So I'd ask that we defer as well on any decisions.
So a deferral, and we got a seconder? Okay.
Well, we're still on report, are we not?
Yeah.
So
okay, let's receive the report, dispense with receipt. Anybody opposed to receipt? And now a motion for deferral.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Arbor and Hardy. Any opposed? That carries. Thank you very much. We'll see you in the future.
Thank you. Can I just state one thing, Mr. Chair?
No, I'm sorry. We're on to the next item.
Thank you very much. Have a good day. Thank you.
Okay, so move number 2. No, I'm sorry, number 3, animal control. Request for animal control feasibility study report for receipt, moved by Daniel and seconded by Richard. Over to staff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Amanda Yazinski is our Senior Manager of Building and Bylaw Compliance and will introduce this report. Amanda.
Good morning through the CAO to the chair. So this report introduces and outlines a formal request received October 7th of this year to the CVRD from the Denman Island Residents Association that the CVRD consider conducting a feasibility study for animal control for both Denman Island and Hornby Island. We've had at this table in October 2021 a request as well, and at that time it was not supported through the 2021-2025 financial planning. So to support this request, the correspondence with that request is Appendix A of this report. To support this request, the recommendations on this report are that a feasibility study be conducted to explore options and costs associated with animal control services on Hornby Island and Denman Island in 2026. And further that $25,000 be included in the proposed 2026-2030 financial plan to be funded equally by Service 155 being the Hornby Island Feasibility Study Fund and Service 154 being the Denman Island Feasibility Study Fund. The outlines for the process and threshold to conduct a feasibility study are Appendix B of this report.
Director Arbor, comments?
Yeah, thanks. This is a good initiative. In 2020, it had been requested by HIRA and DERA, I think. And myself principally ended up putting the axe to it. This was the year where we're going through COVID and we're looking for savings all across the regional district. We did deliver a minus 1% budget that year, corporate wise. But this initiative was one of the good ones that got left out. And I was at DERA about 6 months ago, and there was a long discussion on this item because it keeps coming up. And I said, okay, well, maybe it's time to bring it back. It's an issue with dangerous animals that we currently do not have tools to deal with it on the islands in comparison to the rest of the regional district. And then earlier this fall or late summer, actually, I brought it to HIRA as well, just to test the waters. And their president and others were like, yeah, this needs to get done, and we're in favor. So I am in favor of proceeding allocating, splitting the bill between Hornby and Denman. I would note that in that service and the feasibility study, I think we may be owed a report around the composting toilets on Hornby. We were going to have a pilot, and I think the pilot is probably close to concluded or not, but I don't recall, unless I may have missed a meeting, but I don't recall us hearing about that last feasibility we did and the outcomes. But for this one, I'd ask the directors to support it. There's, very well, the value of our animal control in the rest of the regional districts. And I think what's a bit tricky on the island is we don't have, like, staff will have to look at how fast we can respond and all those things, right, considering it's the island. So there'll probably be some constraints compared to how we manage service elsewhere, but the service feasibility would identify all that. Thanks.
Any other comments? Director Hardy.
Yeah, thanks. Just as a follow-up to Director Arbor's last comment there with regards to the delay in getting animal control over to Denman Island or Hornby Island. I guess that was the question that I was going to ask with regards to how do we resolve that moving forward?
If I can, that's exactly what a feasibility study would seek to undertake, and I think in part trying to identify a level of service. What would a reasonable level of service be, and for what cost? And then that would be part of the conversation with community in terms of acceptance of such a service. So I don't have an answer for you right now, but if the committee supports this here today, then we'll be able to undertake that feasibility study and get to some of those answers. It will be challenging, no doubt, because of the remoteness.
And further?
Yeah, and being completely ignorant to the Islands Trust process, I was just kind of curious whether this type of feasibility or this work going forward, does it fall under CVRD or would it fall under Islands Trust jurisdiction or authority? So just a little help on that one would be, thanks, appreciate it.
Thanks. The Islands Trust, you know how we have 102 services? The Islands Trust only has 2 services. They have the planning service, which is basically what our planning function here, administrating and processing applications and the OCP. And their second is bylaw enforcement, mostly related to buildings. And that's a bit of a blurry zone there. There's some interplay with the regional district. So actually, because this would have an aspect of bylaw enforcement, maybe we can ask staff if that would be the intent to engage with the Islands Trust on this as part of this feasibility. I doubt that they would have a big role because most of those operational kind of type services we look after, but maybe staff can comment now whether Allen's Trust would be on their list of stakeholders to consult with.
Thanks. I think that you're right. Allen's Trust has planning as its main function, and the battle enforcement side of planning is where Allen's Trust will focus its efforts. So it doesn't look at battle enforcement of other regulatory measures. That's where an animal control service, if it were established, it would also bring with it the compliance side under the CBRD, if that were the direction to take.
So outside of citing dog houses, it's our responsibility. Okay, so we are on receipt of the report. Any more discussion? Anybody opposed to receipt? That carries. And recommendation attached. Moved and seconded on the recommendation. Any further discussion on that? Seeing none, call a question on the recommendation. Anybody opposed? That carries. Thank you very much. Okay. I'm going to ask for that we get a motion to vary the agenda because Councilor Trinidad is here from MOTT, and we may as well not belabor it and keep him from his duties. Director?
I'm just wondering if we can save the variance for after, because this next report is likely quite short, but is also of relevance, I think, to some extent to the Ministry of Transportation.
Street lighting? It could be many issues. It could be MOTI, or it could be RD, or it could be BC Hydro. Well, if it's quick, let's do it. But I don't want to keep Kellen here very long. So, okay, but section number 4, street lighting request, report for receipt. Yeah, seconder, good. And over to staff report.
Thanks very much. Michael Zabarski here. Michael is our manager of transit and facilities, and we'll be presenting this report about street lighting requests. Mike.
Talk into the mic, Mike.
Thank you. Yeah, so quick verbal presentation here for the staff report. CBRD's current role with street lighting in the electoral areas is primarily providing funding and submitting maintenance requests to BC Hydro. Occasionally we do receive requests for changes to the lighting or new lighting. And recently we had a couple down in Royston for active transportation purposes to illuminate pedestrians and cyclists on the side of the road. There is no funding currently identified in the 2026 proposed budget for adding those lights. We also do not have a policy or a procedure currently for how we would evaluate these kinds of requests, what criteria we would use to establish when a new light should be installed or not, what changes could be made or not. And that's something we want to complete in 2026. And currently MOTT has suggested that all of their warranted lights are already installed on their poles. So it's a bit of an interesting jurisdictional issue with street lighting in the rural areas where MOTT has lighting primarily for the highways, numbered highways, and for some intersections that they deem as kind of critical safety intersections. The rest of the lighting does not meet MOTT standards, so it's not warranted under their criteria, but there may be situations where we want to provide lighting for active transportation, for example, and other things. So those are things that I think we need to work out through a policy next year. And at this point, this report's just for information, and happy to answer any questions or take any feedback.
Director Arbor.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. And as our briefest report for this meeting, and maybe it's because of that lack of policy. And I guess part of why I wanted you here, and it's great that Kellen might be able to listen in, is I think we keep running into that, not just with lighting, but with a bunch of stuff where we collectively have high active transportation and safety ambitions. but we still haven't found a very expedient and efficient model to forward it in the rural areas of BC, not just here. And I think that that light request is not, I think it's at the bottom of the Laurel Heights, right? Subdivision, where we've had accidents, where we've had a kid was sideswept early in the morning by a mirror. And so there's a context to those requests. And I think the public is desperate to look for solutions because, as we've talked and we've met with MOTI, Highway 19A is not probably going to be a highway forever. And people want lower speed limits. They want to feel like they're getting the type of amenities that they just see right up the road in Courtenay, where there's a brand new crosswalks and there's thoughts to pedestrian safety and active transportation. And so the Laurel Heights, I'm just wondering, because I really appreciate that this policy work would involve MOTI and BC Hydro and et cetera. So I'm very supportive of that proceeding, obviously. But my question today is there merit? Because sometimes when you do it policy in isolation, you don't learn as much as when you work on actual project and do policy at the same time. So I'm just wondering if, as part of the budget, we could allocate, or you could come back with an allocation for that street light at Laurel Heights in our budgets, and then we'll learn what happens, because we haven't really done a lot of new streetlights requests. And then we would see what and that might inform policy at the same time, because we'd have to contact BC Hydro, the Ministry of Transportation, part of the community. So I'm just wondering if that's something that we could attempt.
Yeah, I think we could come back as part of the proposed budget with an option to include some additional funding to add some street lighting. And I would suggest also to retain an engineer who has specialized expertise in street light illumination or roadway illumination. And we could, use that process and that project to learn more about what it takes to provide that kind of lighting in the rural areas, and then inform the policy. So we can come back with some options for the budget deliberation.
I'm getting nods. That sounds like a good idea. I don't suppose it's extraordinarily expensive, but it would be good to have some kind of a policy framework before we go too far down the road. Director Arbor, one more?
The one value about this particular request is we have a service. So we're not looking to put a light on Mint Road somewhere or on Hornby or Denman. We have actually the Royston service that could be amended to do that. So I'm really appreciative of staff bringing that back at budget time, and hopefully a good collaboration forward with Ministry of Transport and BC Hydro. Thanks.
Okay, so on receipt, call a question. Anyone opposed? That carries. And now a motion to vary the agenda. We're going to vary the agenda. We'll bring forward number 11. My amplifier goes to 11. I'm going to wait for a sec. Plow ahead. Oh, pardon? Okay, so we're going to motion to receive 11. Did we receive it? Haven't received it yet. So motion to receive 11 and seconded. And over to CAO.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On a somewhat regular basis from time to time, the Electoral Area Services Committee accepts Mr. Kellen Trent and sometimes Michael Pearson, both with Ministry of Transportation and Transit, to attend our meetings and have some discussion about the projects on the ministry's radar, as well as some dialogue with the Electoral Area Services directors around what they're hearing in community. So this is one such opportunity. Both Kellen and Mike, I think, are on the line. And perhaps if I can turn the microphone over to them there. I see Kellen has turned his camera on. So good morning, Kellen. And I think I'll turn the microphone over to you for a brief introduction and presentation of whatever you can share. And then I'm sure the directors may have some questions.
Welcome, Kellen.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for having me. Appreciate the opportunity. I guess I'll just run through quick introduction. Cal Insurance. I'm the operations manager for the North Island service area within our Vancouver Island district. So yeah, thank you. Appreciate the opportunity to come join this morning and provide a bit of an update on what we've been working on. All right, so maybe I've done a quick presentation. So if I can get that working and you guys can just verify that you can see everything working.
I think Lisa's just setting that up for you, Kellen. You'll have to share the screen.
Okay. All right. How's that? Is that working?
That looks great. Yep. You bet.
Perfect. Okay, great. Thank you. Well, so as I mentioned, this is an update for our Service Area 3 North Island. Hard to believe, but 2025 is almost over for the year. It's gone by quickly, but it's been a busy year for us as usual. So hopefully it's been a good year for everyone. And as I mentioned, for the agenda, just want to touch really quick on winter maintenance. Seems to be kind of a timely topic for this time of the year. And then we'll run through our accomplishments from the 25-26 fiscal year. And then we'll have time for any questions if you have. All right, I won't spend too long on this. This is the kind of the standard, just overview of our service area. Maybe just a quick highlight to touch on as far as the highway maintenance agreement. That's a 10-year contract with a 5-year extension, which started in 2018. So we're now in year 8 of our maintenance agreement. I'm sure everyone's aware, but our maintenance contractor for the North Island is Main Road North Island Contract. This is just a quick overview of our major yard locations and major routes. Okay, then just to jump into winter maintenance. So our winter season officially runs between October and April. Again, winter maintenance is all performed through our maintenance contractor, Main Road North Island. So they have a number of resources in place to deal with winter conditions. So just kind of listed an overview here of what we have for resources up in the North Island, including operators, 70 operators, a pool of auxiliary staff, mechanical support, and subcontractors, 35 plow trucks, 5 graders, 16 backhoes and loaders, about 10,000 tons of salt, 45,000 tons of sand, and around 400,000 liters of salt brine. Again, this is to service the service area, so it goes beyond just the Comox Valley Regional District, but we're able to juggle and move our resources around as needed to adjust to our response to conditions. So generally, what's going on? Our contractor will be monitoring a number of different forecast services and weather conditions. In advance of events, we'll be doing patrols of our highways and side roads. That's in advance of and during the storm events. Some of the activities that will be done pre-storm would be things like applying liquid anti-icing brine to the roadway. In cases where maybe we just have not snow or freezing in the forecast, but heavy rainfall, we'll be checking and clearing catch basins and other drainage devices, making sure everything's been inspected, functioning as intended. During storms, of course, we'll have crews out plowing, sanding, salting, perhaps removing debris. So our maintenance contractor is a great resource for questions or concerns regarding winter maintenance activity. We've got their contact information there, phone number, email, and they actually have quite a robust media page as well online. So I've got the link there, and they're also quite happy to meet with with stakeholders and provide updates or discuss questions and things like that as well. I know they've been doing different sort of media events and things like that to try to get information out to motorists. So just some information. Okay, again, just some key contacts. So on both the ministry and the maintenance contractor side. So for us at the Vancouver Island District, the primary contacts for this area are Marissa Bedinsky, our road area manager, myself as the operations manager. Michael Pearson is our district director. And then I've included the Transportation Management Center for BC. That's our kind of provincial coordination center for all things kind of emergencies in Drive BC. And that's again, we've got phone and web address for them. And then on Main Roads end, Justin Bergers is the operations manager. Chris Cowley is the general manager. And that's the 24-hour hotline that can be reached at any time with questions or inquiries or requests. Okay, now to jump into our accomplishments from the year. So I've kind of roughly broken up into our highway inside road resurfacing projects and things that we're working on through our safety program. And then as well, we've got climate adaptation, which is mainly looking at our sort of culvert and drainage improvements, and then bridge maintenance. So if there's no questions, I'll just dive right in. Okay, so starting with resurfacing, we did some work out on Highway 19 this year. This was mill and fill resurfacing. This was on Highway 19 northbound. We did work this year between Strathcona Parkway and Jubilee Parkway. This is approximately about 20 lane kilometers of resurfacing, value just under 9 million. I include some side road work, which I'll highlight later on, which included some roads up in the Mount Washington Alpine Resort area and Strathcona Parkway. And that was completed this summer. We also did some highway resurfacing on 19A. This was within City of Courtenay limits. So again, mill and fill resurfacing. The work was done between Comox Road and Ryan Road, and we did some work in the intersection of Ryan Road and 19A as well. Quantities in tonnage here, just over 2,100 tons. Value came in at about 1.2 million, and that was completed this summer 2025, I believe in September. Then on the side road front, so I mentioned some work up at the roads up to Mount Washington. So Strathcona Parkway, again, mill and fill resurfacing. We did work between the Anderson Hill chain up north towards the project limit of a previous project. We also did resurface Nordic Drive and Henry Road. So that came to about nine road kilometers altogether. That work again was completed in 2025 summer. Then we did some work in the Seal Bay area. So there are a number of different roads. I've kind of grouped those together here. We did some work on Hall Road, May Road, Vera Drive. This was overlay patching. Again, quantities just over 1,000 tons and value around 373,000. That was completed again in our summer period. Now under our safety program, everyone's aware of the interchange Highway 19 at Comox Valley Parkway. It's one of our primary highway connection nodes. So we're looking at some design work. We're doing preliminary engineering this year and design for intersection safety improvements. So we're looking at the intersections with the parkway where the on and off ramps from Highway 19 connect. So again, some kind of safety improvement. We're looking at some options there to see what's warranted and what we can do for safety improvement. And then hopefully we would look to program that into a future year for actual construction of a preferred option. So that design work is underway at this time. All right, this is completed work. We did some intersection realignment. Again, near the Seal Bay area, this is the intersection of Coleman Road at Bates Road. We made some alignment improvements, did some drainage sign system improvements and resurfacing. And that was completed earlier this year at a value of 400,000. We are going to be making some crosswalk improvements at Hugh Road. There is an existing crosswalk along Hugh Road at Monashaw Road. And we're looking at upgrading the existing system to an improved system that illuminates the road and flashes when activated. So it'll include solar-powered RRFBs, the rectangular rapid flashing beacons, and activated downlighting. This is a pilot project for the ministry, so we do see these all over the place. But in terms of these kind of systems on ministry roads, we're doing some pilots now. So the intention is to deliver these projects, do some post installation analysis, which will help us to measure the effectiveness of these devices and hopefully help these to, become or to advance these sort of projects a bit further. So that work is underway right now. We're expecting completion in early 2026, and I can definitely keep everyone informed of timelines as we have. All right, same area as the Seal Bay area, again on Bates Road.
Kellen, Kellen, would you take questions now?
Sure, yeah, absolutely.
No, it's okay. He'll wait till after. So please continue.
Okay, thanks, no problem. All right, I mentioned Bates Road. Now we're looking to do some shoulder widening. This is going to include construction of a widened paved shoulder on both sides of the road. Approximate distance would be about 3.6 kilometers. So we're essentially looking at between Seal Bay Park area and the intersection with Coleman Road. So this work is just getting underway, and we're expecting completion in early 2026. Value of around 750,000. All right, now moving on to climate adaptation. So some of our drainage and culvert projects. So we are working on replacement of culverts along Royston Road. So this will be replacement of existing drainage appliances, mainly corrugated steel pipe, CSP, upgrading culverts between 600 to 900 millimeter diameter, and where appropriate, improvements for resiliency and fish passage. So that's a value of 400,000. That work is underway now and expected to be completed in 2026. We have completed culvert replacement along Marsden Road. Again, this was a replacement of corrugated steel pipe. This one is 1,400 millimeter diameter with improvements for resiliency and fish passage, value of 85,000, and that was completed in the summer. We will be doing some drainage improvement work along Comox Road. The scope here is replacement of drainage appliances, CSB culvert replacement, about 1,000 millimeter diameter, and also some catch basin replacement, erosion protection, and ditch maintenance. That's a value of around 150,000, and that should be completed in early 2026. All right, and then moving on to some of our bridge improvement works. This is definitely a favorite, the old Oyster River Bridge. There's been some correspondence on this one lately. So we are currently delivering timber redecking along the structure. So that should help to restore a smooth, durable bridge deck. We're doing replacement of floor beams and deck planks. That work is ongoing right now, should be hopefully completed by the end of the year at a value of around 300,000. So hopefully that'll provide a little extra service life to an old structure in this sense. All right, and that completes the run through our program. So hope that was informative, and at this time I can open it up if there are any questions or comments or thoughts.
Thanks, Kellen. I'm going to jump right in. Thank you very much for the old Oyster River Bridge upgrades. It's kind of a legacy piece. I imagine it's probably on the iffy side of your work plan sometimes, but just on a personal note, is Kevin Carter still on the bridge crew?
So Kevin Carter is our bridge area manager. Yes, so he works out of the Courtney office.
Okay.
Yeah, he's part of my team. Yeah, but he's a ministry.
He's like a second nephew or something.
Oh, excellent! Right on. Yeah, no, he's got he's our local expert with everything to do with bridges and structures.
That's great. Director Arbour.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and thanks, Kellen, for the presentation. It's really interesting to see the full list of projects, both the ones that you've completed and the ones ahead. I guess the theme I have today is, and maybe you'll be able to comment on that, but it's about how we work together and collaborate together. I know in Royston, I'm getting a lot of questions as to why the Royston School Active Transportation Project is taking so long. And I'll definitely be asking staff, why is it the case that we haven't been able to deliver this on time between our two organizations? And I know we're the grantee and it's your right of way, but as the first kind of significant project that I've allocated some resources to, I've been a little bit disappointed in our ability to bring that project to completion. And I'm not here to know where there's a CVRD short, where we came up short and where the ministry has, or whether it's a combination of the two. But I would love to learn from that so that we can do better in the future and also complete the project soon. And in regards to your presentation, it also raises, and just as a premise, I am thinking of a UBCM or AVICC resolution this January in regards to province-wide, the gap that exists in having regional districts work well with the province on active transportation implementation. And for example, like you've been parts of lots of discussion with me around speed limits and things like that. And I just think the framework is just not working. It feels like a lot of local communities don't get much of a voice in having the ability to do what we see in municipalities, which is to bring improvements for the safety and active transportation goals of rural residents. And I think I might ask as I prepare that resolution that I might kick you a draft or something. You can provide some input. But on the list that you did, there's a lot of good things, but I'm just wondering whether, as an example, the active transportation network plan that we produced in 2023 in consultation with you, like when I hear that you're doing a shoulder expansion on Bates Road, and I don't necessarily see that in any of our 40 priorities in our active transportation plan. I'm just wondering how internally at the ministry you identify those priorities, and whether there is staff to staff annual planning kind of mix between CVRD and us, because we're willing to deploy resources. Another example is the Parkway, right? You're probably aware of the huge kerfuffle we had last year around trying to start a regional active transportation service, and the top priority was that Parkway intersection, and there's already been some design work. So I'm just wondering if on that one also you've been referring to that work or connecting with our staff as you might plan a project like this. So any insight? My theme is really like how to enhance collaboration and leverage our collective resources. And I've got a lot of demand in Area A, and I think you've heard that. Like I'm on Hornby, on Denman, Royston, be like, I've got a lot of projects that I'm willing to invest in the future years, but I'll be very reluctant to do that if we don't have a good framework. So I'm just wondering if you can provide from your perspective what it looks like status quo and perhaps what could be improved in the future.
Yeah, thank you, Director Arbor. I appreciate that. I will say definitely, collaborating and working together with, all of our partners and definitely the CVRD, the regional district, is high on the priority list and something we'll continue to do. We develop projects internally. We use a number of different inputs. So our operations team, who are out there on the roads all the time, will definitely have and be constantly putting together their own lists of priorities for improvement. We'll pull from our conversations from our meetings with the public, with our stakeholders. We do meet with the CVRD and meet with staff on a quarterly basis, and part of those meetings include discussions on projects and programs and upcoming priorities. So we do, use that opportunity to collaborate and keep each other informed of what's going on and what's, important on both sides. And then, of course, for us as well, we also, take input from our maintenance contractor as well, because they're out there again, all the time trying to keep our infrastructure going, and we'll often have some good thoughts and on the highlights on how we can help to improve. So, yeah, again, I mean, I can definitely appreciate that there's always opportunities for improvement in our framework for collaboration, but within the current framework, I feel like we're taking every opportunity to try to communicate and work together. And yeah, case in point, take like the project we're trying to get going up at the Parkway and Highway 19. We continue to keep in close communication with the regional district, with yourselves, with the Village of Cumberland, with the City of Courtenay. So we're just trying to make sure everyone's aware again of areas for improvement, so that when we do put together these projects to deliver, we can look at every opportunity to try to make as many improvements as we can that matter to the community.
Thank you very much for that. And Director Hardy has some questions.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation, Kellen and Mike. Again, just some of the same issues that I've been bringing up with your organization for the length of time that I've been involved with this CBRD, most notably for Area B. And again, it's really, really, really important that we come to some type of resolution for Huban Road and Highway 19A. And with regards to a light being put in place or a roundabout, but it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when before somebody gets killed at that area. And I know we've had some discussions over the summer with regards to a serious car accident that occurred just over the summer here, where we almost lost a couple of young children and a mother at that area. And the amount of emails and texts and phone calls I received afterwards with regards to begging and pleading for the CBRD to come and try and get Modi to step up to the plate and come up with some resolution there would be very much appreciated. As well, getting a lot of phone calls and concerns, again, with regards to Wireless Road, the number of residents on that road that are asking for that road to be paved or have some serious improvements done upon there continues, as well as Kilmorley Road. Residents there are quite concerned about troublesome trees that during the next rainstorm or windstorm, they can be stuck there for quite some time with regards to trying to get trees removed. We've got big puddles forming on Dyke Road and Farmview Road that where cyclists are moving along quite quickly along the dike and then all of a sudden have to swerve around big puddles. They end up swerving out in front of cars, and residents are concerned that somebody's going to get clipped on a bike there someday. As well, concerns from Aspen Road, Sylvan Road, Sandpines Road with regards to pavement resurfacing. Some of these residents have lived there for 2 or 3 decades and still haven't seen any improvements upon their roads. So they continue to phone and send texts and emails saying, hey, Rich, can you please get Modi to come up and fix these roads for us? As well, sand removal on Hawkins Road is really important, especially when we know that that's part of a CFB Comox base and part of Comox First Nations Reserve. So quite often during icy periods, that road is the last road that gets salted in Area B. So we're just asking for some love down there. And then also with regards to snow removal at Bates Beach. And I continue year after year to hear constituents out there express concerns with regards to, they always seem to be the last road that gets any snow removal. So I'm hoping that some of these items that I put forward to you, our Area B constituents get some loving here in 25 and 26. But again, the big one for me is Huban Road, and hopefully we can get something resolved there sooner rather than later. Thanks.
Thank you, Director Hardy. Director Arbor, another thought?
Yeah, I guess my thought complements Dr. Hardy's. The Euban Road, for example, is identified in our active transportation plan, and since 2021 as a priority. I mean, we did extensive consultation across the community and tried to move off. When I started in 2018, just like the director, bringing a list like that, like Director Hardy just did, and tried to move to more of a strategy around how we develop safety and active transportation in the valley. And I mean, if at the ministry our document is not helpful, then we should know that. You know what I mean? Like it's fine if you have your internal process and you'll move forward, and it's a better approach for us to be responsive to your capital plans. So one example I could give is I heard Royston Culvert. Well, I'm like, okay, well, is there an active transportation project I can put some money in as you do that culvert work? Like, you know, but if we don't have those points of intersection, then it's just collaboration in thought, not in action. So maybe staff, I'll leave it with staff, to be honest, because this is not the day to get into all the detail of this, but I think it'd be good maybe for staff at the next meeting with Moti to bring back our active transportation and kind of run with you a little bit through the work we did in 2023 and in 2021. And while I'm still using it as a roadmap when I talk to residents, so when a resident comes to me, I say, actually, we're prioritizing this project because it's got a higher safety. So that's how we landed on the Royston School, for example, right? It was a high level priority. And if we need to be more responsive, please let our staff know so that we don't hang on to the hopes of having that nice strategy and that we'll have the ministry as a senior partners helping us push that along, right? So that's my closing thought. All that to say, Kellen, as you know, like I appreciate the work that you do. You guys do excellent work. I'm just yearning for a day where we're trying to step up as local government into a space that's new to us, but we want to bring dollars to it, right? And partner with you properly. And I'm just looking for the right framework to a framework that's been sort of inexistent across the province, right? So I want to create a better world with you and join in your efforts. Thanks.
Well, I don't want you to tell any tales out of school here, but what's the word on the budget cuts for the ministry? Does it look like it's going to be lean and mean, or do you have any heads up on, you know, how much you'll have for operations next year?
Thank you. Great question, but unfortunately, I really don't have any information that I can share with regard to with upcoming budgets. Yeah, it's definitely some interesting times, but yeah, unfortunately, I don't have any information I can share at this time.
It's pretty normal. I was the last to know if you're the foot soldier on the ground. Yeah, I guess I can, you know, I certainly appreciate the fact that we have been able to work together on active transportation issues. I think that is the future. Hopefully the higher ups on the food chain get that message as well, because it checks so many boxes when it comes to mental health, physical health, greenhouse gas reductions, all that stuff. And, you know, to sort of have it on the side of the desk like it is right now, it isn't really helpful, especially when you get to do some major work. I guess just to punch a few of those points again, Huban Road is huge. You probably drive by there during the morning rush hour and the afternoon rush hour when, you know, I live on Rennie Road, and we have, you know, the French bus goes around first, and then the English bus goes around, and then there's all the cavalcade of mums and dads running their little darlings directly to school. And, you know, you get to that intersection, and they're especially coming out of school, like at 3 o'clock-ish, they're lined up all the way up the hill. And, you know, if you're going north, that's one thing, but if you have to go across traffic, you know, it's definitely a major concern. I guess it's driven by the number of accidents. I was told once by our CMP that, you know, if they have 3 fatalities or something, they'll take a look at an intersection. I know ICBC has a lot of input into that as well, because obviously it impacts them when they have vehicular um, confrontations, bumps, and accidents. So I guess my question would be, how do we lobby from our table to get the ministry to take a really cold, hard look at that intersection in particular? I think it's the number one thorn in our side. I realize that something as simple as a traffic light costs an amazing amount of money, like just ridiculous amounts, somewhere around $500,000 or something. So, but what would be your suggestion on how we should proceed outside of, you know, driving down to Victoria, meeting with the minister themselves?
Yes, thank you, Director Grieve. Appreciate that. This one is definitely on our radar. We've had quite a bit of communication between our, the ministry and the CBRD on this one this year. So definitely, we do appreciate the interest in further improvement here, and we'll continue to keep you informed of our progress. So if everyone's aware, this is an intersection we will be doing some further review on. We're collecting some data currently. And we'll continue to keep you informed of our progress as we look at this area, look at the highway, and look at options for potential improvement. So expect we'll continue to keep in communication on this one into early 2026.
And before we go, just once again, thank you so very much for putting me as a D-class road and very last on your list for snow removal, because every time somebody phones me, and I would say, yeah, they haven't done mine yet either. And that usually shuts them right down. Thanks a lot.
Happy to help.
You ready for receipt? Anybody opposed? That carries. So, arts and culture. On the arts and culture report, and over to CAO for introductions on that.
Thank you, Chair. Doug DeMarzo is our General Manager of Community Services, and Doug will be introducing the staff report and the recommendation to follow for the Arts and Culture Service. And I also understand this is covering the Service 670, the Hornby Island Community Facilities Service. So Doug, over to you for introduction.
Thank you. And through the chair, this is to seek board approval to enter into arts and culture service agreements for both 615 Electoral Areas Culture Grant and Service 670 Hornby Island Community Facilities. During the presentation, I'm also going to invite Melissa Moore up to discuss the Hornby Island Arts Council and their grant to help get funding to support the Hornby Island Arts Center. If you want to come join me right now, Melissa, that'd be great. And if your team also wants to join you, please feel free. So essentially, just a big overview here is we're moving back to the 3-year funding agreements with organizations that we've supported in the past, including a couple new ones such as McLaughlin Park and the Hornby Island Arts Council. I think in time we were hoping, and we funded a past study with the City of Courtenay to look at regionalization of arts. We don't feel there's anything forthcoming in any quick timeline here, so we're going back to those user agreements with templates for organizations outlined in your staff report. It's really important as we move through to this renewal is looking at the financial stability this will provide for those organizations. Some risk mitigation as they are large operations. So it allows the CBRD to take action in these agreements should issues arise. And of course, accountability by establishing reporting and requirements. It also ensures goal alignment with our new granting programs. So coming in January, you'll also see from the Arts and Cultures grant a number of requests for the annual grants where people apply annually. This is more in line with those larger entities and our long-term partners to move into funding agreements. As such, I'll just highlight a couple of the agreements that may be changed from your 2025 budget proposals. So looking through, you have the Comox Valley Art Gallery, which is similar, just looking at $1,000 increases throughout the 3-year term. But they also have a $5,000 capital request. And this capital request is really about allowing accessibility improvements to their entrance. So it'll be part of a bigger project, but this will be written into the agreement under the capital pieces. The Courtney District Historical Society has traditionally been held around $27,000 in operating for a number of years, and they've discussed increases with us over the years. And this year, we felt it was appropriate to bring forward an increase in their agreement up to 35,000 and moving towards 38 at the end of the agreement. One interesting conversation that happened was also around the regional approach to this museum and how it kind of moves and brings the region-wide approach to its visitors. So they suggested exhibits. So they have temporary revolving exhibits there. And through those conversations, we suggested that they build potential capital exhibits for rotating exhibits, maybe one that looks at Area A one year, one that looks at Area B one year, and one that looks at Area C. And in doing that, they'd be able to, we're suggesting a $15,000 contribution per year. And those exhibits would be able to come and go over time once they're developed to continue on. So you'll see that under the Courtney District Historical Society, which is the Courtney Regional Museum. And then we have the Cumberland District Historical Society. Excuse me. They've continued to have normal increases in the 3 years, but they also have a request for a $3,500 event, and that's to go with the 40th anniversary of the miners. And then lastly, the Sid Williams Theatre is looking to increase both their contributions, but also to look at a contribution towards a new projector, which runs about 25 to 30,000, in which they're asking about $6,000 for to contribute to that, which will go to purchasing better streaming delivery systems, as well as they tend to help local graduates prepare audition videos for administration and post-secondary type events. So that's an overview of the majority of them. Of course, I'm going to hand it over to Hornby Island here to Melissa to discuss her request for supporting the Arts Center there. But before I do, I'd just like to acknowledge that, you know, the CVRD has been walking along in the development of this Hornby Island Arts Center for a number of years, dating back to, you know, your commitment of $175,000 to help grow and maintain the Arts Center and build, I guess is the proper word. And then recently you've supported the Arts Center to the tune of around 17,000, and then most recently 30,000 the last year towards operations. So Melissa's here to discuss what their operations looks like for the coming year. This 2026 will be their first full year of operations, and suggest a funding amount for discussion to you. So I'll hand it over to you, Melissa.
Okay, to press your little button and you're on the air.
I'm on. Good morning, still just morning. And thank you, Doug, and thank you, directors and chair, for having us here. And, oh, closer, thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you for circulating our report and request. And you've got the detail of our operational forecast and budget and our goals. I believe you have that with you. So I just wanted to give a bit of context of where we are right now. So my name's Melissa Moore. I'm the ED of Hornby Arts. I stepped into the role last fall. After all these years, just as the Arts Centre neared completion after many years of anticipation, fundraising, construction delays, pandemic related and volunteer effort. And at the end of last year, the funding gap was closed with extra support from the BC Arts Council and Canadian Heritage. So my background is in senior management at the University of Arts London, UK, and lecturing at an architectural school in postgraduate history and theory. I'm also a decades-long visitor to Hornby Island and now fully committed to sort of guiding it through the first years of opening to public life. I'm joined by board member Michael Campbell at the end, retired university professor at the University of Lethbridge and professional artist who works with me on programming. We're also supported on the board by Scott Watson, who curated the Belkin Gallery for 35 years. So we're the programming committee. And our finance lead, Leanna Kaloran, is here with me, who's working with us and updating all of our financial systems and long-term planning after the intense sort of long capital build period, who also brings a lot of experience in non-profits, small businesses,
green tech startups, both here and beyond. So that's us here today, and thanks for having us. So as Doug mentioned, the Arts Centre opened fully to the public in June 2025. The building functioned very well as intended. It met a really pent-up community need and immediately activated even more creative life on Hornby. We had an inaugural community exhibition with strong participation. Our summer exhibition was curated by part-time resident and New York gallerist James Cohen. We have a lot of local expertise we can leverage, and that received over 6,500 visitors, was very well received. In the fall, we launched our Trails project, the Co-op Community Spaces Trail Elder Barb White Healing Pathway, and we had our first step into Indigenous programming at the centre with an exhibition. We've also had community theatre. We've hosted groups such as songwriter circles, dance groups, small concerts, as well as continued programming as an arts council in the hall and other community spaces. And now we have a winter showcase, the end of year exhibition featuring over 67 artists, which is another really high quality exhibition and includes artists from Denman as well. And if anybody's passing by, it's a lovely show, please come. And demand is really high for the centre's use. So many ideas and requests. So it is a hard conversation to increase our request after such a long capital funding bid. And we're really deeply grateful for all that support in both building and the operational funding, which really does support all the utilities, insurance, accounting, compliance, payroll, safety systems, maintenance, all the things for running the centre. However, you can see in our budget that our annual operating cost to function as the full public facility is 176,000 plus, which includes the core staff wages, so the job creation needed to generate the positions of executive director, bookkeeping, and essential visitor and building management make up the majority of that operational budget. We are working with a lot of project grants which support our exhibitions, special initiatives. We have a new donor fund which is helping us relaunch children's programming and Indigenous-led work, etc. For example, for our projects, we're hoping to strengthen all these partnerships. So we hope to increase our profile with BC Gaming community grants as our programming is naturally expanded and shifted and grown enormously since we've opened. And it seems that the more you do, the more they support. So hopefully that will grow. High Seek and partners can help us activate cultural tourism, marketing, economic development, etc. through their streams. We've had a recent successful grant from Canada Council for digital innovation. So we're going to completely overhaul our online platforms, and that should be a big attractor and may also support e-commerce. And we have other grants in with them. And with the Canada Council, they really go for artistic nurturing, artistic excellence. So through our programming, we really hope to increase our grant profile with them. And eventually, they might also support operational funding if successful. The BC Arts Council has been a strong supporter. We continue to apply to them. We also have funding for our digital innovation. And we do have, we hope to grow our operations support from them too. They also see our local government support as a real mechanism that unlocks support from them. They really look to our local funding to match, as well as really looking at our outreach, Indigenous programming, and children's programming and things to support that kind of depth. So, we also seek donor support. There's both a sort of lot of need on Hornby Island, but also significant wealth that we hope to unlock and cultivate with this new kind of institutional model. Again, all these funders are looking for a lot of activity and support and nurture that does take significant staff time to unlock and administrate and coordinate to make those things happen. I think we wouldn't get this kind of level of funding success if it was simply sort of bookable space, unmanaged. So the coordination to really bring it to the level required for these other elements of funding really does take a lot of time, as well as writing the actual grants. can feel like being in a constant midterm presentation. So the CVRD has invested very significantly in the capital build, and the centre is, happy to say, open, busy, respected, valued so far. I believe it's the largest cultural infrastructure investment ever made on Hornby Island. So again, we want to leverage that fully as an economic driver, a tourism anchor and rural cultural hub. And again, these grants for all the projects do generate a lot of local contracts and work. There's a lot of potential cultural workers on Hornby and expertise that we bring in for all of these projects and give them meaningful work. So this soft infrastructure protects the staffing, protects the investment in the concrete building. So our current operational support does stabilise the physical facility very well. And again, we're looking for really supporting the core staffing to activate its full cultural and economic potential. Also, excuse me, our research tells us that cultural tourism can have up to 3 times the economic impact of standard tourism. And it's a very renewable, low impact sector if nurtured. And the cultural sector in Canada apparently employs very many people, even more than forestry, mining and utilities combined. So Hornby is at a moment of generational transition. The senior artists that really built its reputation and the sort of artistic legacy are aging out. So the centre now can be a mechanism to steward that legacy forward while welcoming new artists and emerging talents to keep that attractor to the cultural tourism destination. We're very aware that the island and region being here has lots of pressing needs in health, housing, everything you're well aware of. Locally, this brand new building, there can be anxiety about this cultural facility competing with other priorities. But again, this facility anchors this grant funding, bringing in cultural activity, pulling from other external budgets into the region, for example, being funded by the 3 levels of government. So this provincial and federal support sort of really enlarges the pie on Hornby rather than slicing it from other areas. But again, they do really require a lot of administrative and programming capacity and planning and coordination to be successful. So we're mindful that our ask is increased and looking towards a 3-year operating contribution. And our document shows that 60,000 would really stabilise us, whereas 80,000 would meaningfully cover those core salaries, staffing continuity and year-round use. HIRA and HiSeek worked on a community vision for Hornby for 2040, and a big recognition was really there isn't barely public space on Hornby as a gathering space year-round. I think apart from the library and other bookable spaces, and now the pub's reopened, which is new. But as a public space, we're really looking to keep the doors open as much as we can year round. And in the summer, we can look to funders such as Canada Summer Jobs and Young Canadian Workers to get interns to hold the space open. At the moment for the winter showcase, where we're using a lot of volunteers and board members to steward the space. But that's something that does need little support to stay open. So what we're asking for represents 30 to 45% of our operating cost, and the balance coming from BC Arts Council operation, gaming, Canada Council, donors and private funds, hoping to strengthen partnerships with HiSeek. And so the CVRD contribution really sits at the seat of that as catalytic, not just the sole support. So again, it's hard to ask for increased support so soon after a major capital investment, but we recognise that we need this sort of normalisation after opening, and we're aligning with the regional growth strategy pillars you identify. We detail those a bit more in the document to do with economic diversification and cultural tourism, rural service equity and reconciliation in day-to-day community programming. We're working in community and really building that relationship primarily through Elder Barb White. We're holding healing circles in the community. The Trails project will support a lot of outdoor education in partnership with a school district. So this cultural infrastructure really does need some robust systems and staff to run it with care and professionalism. So your support stabilizes the centre. It does protect a $3.1 million investment from the 3 levels of government, anchors regional and cultural identity, and really does strengthen the economic and creative capacity of the valley. Again, I think the centre will always require support from public funding, as well as doing its best to self-stabilise and look at opportunities to generate revenue in various ways that can act as a real economic driver and job creation and support lots of local businesses on the island. So thank you for having us. Thank you for your time. We welcome questions, although I will defer detailed financial ones to Leanna. Thanks.
That was definitely the last page. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you for the very detailed report. Director Arbor.
Yeah, thanks for traveling over on this beautiful sunny day. I'm glad you made it. Yeah, it's a well fleshed out proposal, and to date, since the center has opened, you have done an excellent job in terms of the exhibits and the public participation, and really becoming such a positive hub for Hornby. So congrats on your collective work. And my favorite, you mentioned exhibition so far, Elder Barboyd. I spent quite a bit of time looking at her family history and learning about the history of the area, and that was such a good use of the space to be able to reflect. So I mean, yeah, the dream has come to life in terms of the arts center. The budget proposal is quite steep. So it's not necessarily a bad thing, and I'm glad that I mean, I think Andrew Marks started with a $500,000 building, and he had the personality that it was going to just, we're going to do what is needed to get to where we need to be. And I'm glad that that tradition is kind of continuing on with the new executive director to really have that long-term vision and hold it. The only thing that will be difficult with this is, you know, and this is feedback, today's not a decision day, but if this is going to come back, and I'll ask staff to weigh in too, but we have multiple, as you mentioned in your presentation, multiple budget pressures. Typically a request like that, and where Hornby Arts has been successful in the past, is when your request is fully supported by HIRA and goes through that process and HiSeek, because they're the organization ultimately that puts forward most of the budgets, and that was the case with the 30,000. It was also the case when it was time to secure the 175,000 from CVRD. So really showing that support, which will, in this case, be difficult, in my opinion. This is just my opinion. When you look at HIRA, that like recreation gets 20,000 a year, right, to deliver all their programs. And this is where I think, thankfully, you have a really strong proposal, but it will weigh against other needs on the island. And I would be in big trouble if I just kind of put that in a financial plan without consulting with those other organizations, because everybody always has their own ask. And you saw in the other report from Doug, the level that we currently put out to other organizations, and the 30,000 is already well above and beyond what we provide other arts and cultural organizations. Whether that's right or wrong, we can debate that at coffee some other day, but that's the reality, that, you know, we don't make decisions in a vacuum. I do wonder, though, whether there's an opportunity, and to staff, currently only Hornby Island contributes to that, and I think they make a good case that a lot of their work has regional significance. So I'm wondering if there's opportunity to look at other budgets outside of the Hornby ones.
Yeah, I think the decision to only have Hornby Island was made in 2022 to move them to community facilities budget. So imagine there's other avenues to look at additional support. I don't have it at my fingertips right now what that would look like. Yeah, would be something we could be directed to go back with. We tend to like to keep, you know, one service to one provider as opposed to the double dipping schemes. Schemes are wrong, we're double dipping funding.
And Director Hardy.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So again, just going back to Appendix A, and it's showing here budgeting from 26 to 2030, approximately $340,000. Is that right? From CVRD?
To 28, sorry, are you?
I'm just looking at Appendix A. And under the Comox Valley Regional District, we're looking at budget in 2026 of 60,000, 60,000, 60,000, then it jumps to 80,000 and 80,000. Is that right? So we're looking at budgets from CVRD,
Oh,
so
sorry.
$340,000.
So Appendix A was provided by Hornby Island Arts Council. So yeah, I'll let Melissa ask that, but table one is the other one that we provided in the past. So in 2025, we provided 30,000. And then looking for, and prior to that, it was 17,500 2024. And then prior to that, it was other rural community grants. And that was all before the Arts Center was built and fully operational for a year. And then in Appendix 1, but Melissa, do you want to comment a little more on your ask? Just the ask. Yeah, that's the ask. So the ask, like past conversations have looked at approximately 35,000 in the past, and today they're here with the new ask to range between 60 and 80,000, which if there's direction to go that way, I do have some more comments about maximum requisition and what we might be coming up against, but I'll wait to hear further conversation.
So again, if my math's correct, then over the next 5 years, what's being asked from the CVRD is a budget of about $340,000 moving forward. So my question would be from CVRD, how much is Area B paying into these different pockets of money each year?
So Area B for this one specifically in 2022 was decided that it's only a Hornby Island serve function, which is why it was moved to 670. And the recommendation in this report is to fund it solely from 670. So Area B would not be contributing to the Hornby Island Arts Center.
So it's just Hornby Island that's paying into these funds of $340,000 over the next 5 years?
For Hornby Island Arts Center, yes.
Thanks.
Well, seeing no other lights, you probably heard me made that comment about my amplifier goes to 11. Well, I'm a failed rock star from the 70s. And a friend of mine and myself take it upon ourselves to run a youth battle of the bands at Sims Park for a number of years. And I just want to say that I really am encouraged by the focus on youth and focus on new artists. Talk about nurturing and young talent and how federal government is wanting to promote the exceptional artists. I guess it's kind of subjective, but we had to discontinue it due to the fact that, and this is, also the experience of the music stores, that fewer and fewer kids are interested in whether it's the visual arts, performing arts, music. They'd rather play on their phones than actually have to take the time to learn to play those guitar chords, so it's a bit of a challenge. I don't know if you experience it in your realm, but I think anything we can do to steer funding back to kids in art, because the first thing that goes out of a music program in the school system, but it's been proven that not everybody's a computer programmer. A lot of people work in the other hemisphere of their brain. They're brilliant. They have trouble with coding and writing and spelling, but you put an instrument in their hands and they're genius. So how do we get that message across to the educators that it's not just about one thing, like the Greeks who always wanted you got to educate the spirit, you got to educate the mind, you got to educate the physical body. So my question, first of all, kudos to the fact that you recognize that. And I think it should be a real focus on reaching out to youth and letting them, scribble on the paper, or bang on the piano or whatever. So I was just asking, what your experience has been and trying to get kids to get in touch with that creative self.
Thank you. Yeah, is that on? Okay. We're particularly delighted to have this new donor fund, actually, that was sort of community led, and it was set up in honor of a really beloved local children's educator who sadly passed away last year, that we'd always, the team had always imagined to be working with, but now we have the donor fund in her name. But it's something we talk about a lot on Hornby, because there's these amazing artists. Next year we'll hopefully exhibit Gordon Payne, will be 92 at the time, and one of his works in progress is his own coffin. And so he's sort of jumping to the early queue to work with him. But a lot of those artists that created that sort of mystique around Hornby happened to come in the sort of 70s, and they were attracted by other figures that came also from literature departments. And so there's this sort of history. And there's this question of why is there less youth? Whereas really it's the economic reality. Although that community was very resourceful and lots of countercultural ideology and building their own house with their own hands and gardening and turning away from capitalism, it was nevertheless possible then to get cheap land, and actually to do that lifestyle and have the time. Whereas the younger generation, people I know younger in their 30s do have multiple jobs. So they're very creative, and I see things that they do. Even people working mainly in gardening, I see, amazing assemblages they make, but I think perhaps don't see themselves as being able to have a sort of future or career in the arts in that way, or they don't have time. Our winter showcase, I was really excited. We just opened on Friday, and there was a more diverse, it was an open call, a group, seemed like faces I hadn't seen in the centre before, younger people. So I think being really inclusive, and I think that's where sort of active outreach and encouragement, the Children's Fund, and then also through also with the school, and Elder Barb has a lot of links to School District 71 as well, so outdoor education. So I think it takes a bit of work and really just a bit of time and making things inclusive and accessible. And again, I think that's what all the grant funders are looking for, that kind of nurture the next generation. But I suppose that's why our, in a sense, challenge is just to get enough staffing hours for those things to actually spend the time to develop, because starting up, there's been a lot achieved, making the space largely with the previous staff and volunteer board, but the hours that are needed to actually really nurture and renew that arts, it does thrive on Hornby. We've got an exceptional market, farmers market, and there can be lots of ways of spotlighting, but really reaching, it does tend to be the more established artists or confident artists that have come forwards first, when's my exhibition? So I think actually making space for the younger generations and actually reaching, nurturing those will take work.
Mentoring is so important. Director Arbor.
Thanks. There's a lot of agreement in terms of what you're trying to accomplish and accomplishing as well. So how to translate that? This is a budget proposal. So no, that's okay. I mean, it's good because my brain goes to that, because that's the main function here, is to try to support. It's not going to be any zero, but I'll tell you a story like the 30,000, just confirming, Doug, that this is the philosophy it was a contribution to maintain the building, essentially, right? So now you're trying to entice us into the kind of more like programmatic and delivery model. And this is why I would reemphasize, if we see a lot of letters of support at this table, that will make for a much easier decision. And that's how it's worked in the past. And it's not easy work. Right now, even on the buses, I'm dangling, if Hornby and Denman collaborate better together, maybe you'll get more money and we'll get an electric bus. But if you don't, if there's not great connection. So all those questions around how do you create synergies across with your partners, and that they're also buying into the larger vision. And quite often, Hara is a great space to start exploring that. So I just leave that advice, but it's not closed. It's just that these are big numbers and in the span of what we would usually give. Thank you.
Tiny thing that I might have muddied the water there in a sense between programming and so I recognize the core operations maintaining the building was in our original contract and not staffing. And now we're open, I suppose we're looking to all of those programmatic things tend to be supported by gaming, by BCAC, by Canada Council, those sort of initiatives we're talking about. Really what we're seeking support from this level is really what I'd call the core staffing, which is the ED, the bookkeeping, and a bit of building maintenance. And I'd say that's just the main, so that isn't actually, although I've been doing all roles, kind of all roles, but a lot of roles, that's not the programming. You know, ideally the grants support the programming, but our judgment is that those are the essential roles to really steward, hold the space together and run the space, manage it. Thank you.
And Director Hardy.
Yeah, thanks. And I'm a little confused with regards to this particular document and what was included in our package for the agenda. So if I'm understanding from the package from our agenda with regards to the conversation today, the recommendations from the CAO or that funding recommendations for Service 615 Electoral Area Arts and Cultural Grant as outlined in the staff report dated December 3rd, 25 be approved, and that staff be authorized to enter into a 3-year funding agreement with the recipient organizations in general accordance with the draft agreement provided as Appendix A to above noted staff report. Then there's a second recommendation with regards to Service 670 for another agreement for 3 years of funding. Is that right? So that was a question I guess I was trying to get clarification on earlier with regards to this particular table on Appendix A. It's asking for 60,000 in 26, 60,000 in 27, 60,000 in 28, and then a bump in 29 to 80,000, then a further bump of 80,000 the following year. So I'm seeing these budgets requests in this for 5 years, but on here it's asking for 3-year agreements. So that's where I was kind of trying to, I got confused. So maybe somebody can help me out with this. And then, like I said, with regards to the question I asked earlier was with regards to the CVRD making these contributions, is it the CVRD or is it the Electoral Area Services Committee? From what I'm seeing in our package in the agenda under Service 615, it is a 3-year agreement with EASC for X amount of dollars. So that's where I'm a little bit confused because, like I said, it says CVRD budgets of 60 to 80,000 per year, and what's being asked here. So if somebody could help me out with that, that'd be great.
For sure, through the chair. So yes, referring back to the staff report, table 1 here has the operational funding of the Hornby Island Arts Council, which is about the 7th one down or so, to enter an agreement of 35,000 per year based on direction in the past and past conversations and what they've submitted here. What we've done in addition to this, which we would have done for any of these organizations if there was sufficient change in ask when we enter into agreement, is that we've invited them to the table to discuss their ask to also cover staffing and other resources requests up to 60 to 80,000, which would then be considered at this table in the recommendation potentially. And it all comes to the AASC as all these matters do. It's just in this service being identified as 670, which is the community facilities, was done in 2022 to identify Hornby Arts Center funding through there. And as many Denman and Hornby services, and even the street lighting services you just saw earlier today in the meeting, are just a proportionate amount of whoever contributes to the service. So in this case, only Hornby residents contribute to 670, but it's still considered by the EASC. So just to recap, it's looking at the Hornby Island Arts Council from table 1 in the staff report of 35,000 a year, and then now with the new ask through this delegation and with their own appendix that they brought forward for additional contributions to help fund them both from a staffing perspective and operational perspective to assist in their first year of full operations with their art center.
Thanks, Doug. Maybe if I can jump in, I think if it helps the directors, recommendation 1, which speaks to service 615, which has nothing to do with Hornby. Maybe that's something to consider, whether you're willing to support that recommendation to proceed with the 3-year agreements for all of those entities that are under 615 in that table 1. And then secondly, which is part of the second recommendation, staff are recommending a 3-year agreement at the $35,000 per year amount to come from 670, the Hornby Hornby Facility Service. That is staff recommendation. However, as you've seen here, the presentation includes an increase to that budget, and you may want to defer that matter, refer that matter to staff for further consideration, or proceed with the staff recommendation. But maybe just to separate the two topics, recommendation 1 is really about service 615, the EA facility service, arts and culture service, excuse me. Does that help?
Can I ask a follow-up?
Of course.
So again, I'm going back to this hard copy that says 60,000, 60,000, 60,000, then 80,000 and 80,000. Is that combining service 615 and service 670?
No,
right now. Or is this in addition to what's being asked for from 615?
Totally separate from 615.
That's where I'm confused, because it's for service 615.
So
there's X amount of dollars, but under service 670, it's saying 35,000.
Right. So the hard copy that was handed out from the Hornby delegation today, that is related to 670.
So that's 670.
That's the proposal coming from the Hornby.
Okay, so that's the proposal from 670 is a $340,000 over the next 5 years, and then now to service 615 is an additional 35,000 a year.
No, if you look in that table 1 on the Hornby Island Arts Council line, it's in brackets 670. So that is the staff recommendation to fund $35,000 annually from 670 from the Hornby service.
Okay, so what's being contributed from 615? Sorry, that's
0. None.
Okay, so why do we have 615 in this? That's where I'm getting confused. Is
fair.
There's 615 that, if I'm understanding, that's the East grant or culture pocket of money that we make a contribution to on an annual basis to Hornby? No? Or it just the application comes in? Maybe I'll let Director Arbor, maybe he can help clarify things for me, because like I said, I just see a pocket of money from 615 and a pocket of money from 670. And then on the hard copy, what I'm seeing is $340,000 over the next 5 years. So is that a combination of 615 and 670, or is that just 670? Okay, so there's still a question with regards to 615 then, because what I'm seeing here is recommendation number 1 is 615 East say, yeah, we're good with a 3-year agreement for X amount of dollars, but I'm not sure what the X amount of dollars is.
Maybe just one piece of clarity, and then Director Arbor. The recommendation number 1 is only related to service 615, so would not be contributing any funds or entering into an agreement with Hornby Island Arts Council in recommendation 1. It's only about 615. Recommendation 2 is all about service 670. And I think in future, perhaps we separate these into 2 staff reports.
That's what I was
that would have been maybe more clear in hindsight, but we can look to that for next year.
Director Arbor?
Yeah, thanks. And to make matters worse, we could have if we're gonna include 670 in that report, we could have included the Denman facilities, but maybe they're not up for contract renewal. So just to explain to Dr. Hardy, like 615 is the Bainstown portion of Area A, so it's not all of Area A. So it's Fanny Bay, Union Bay, Royston, Merville, Black Creek, your area. That's 615. 670 is only Hornby, which funds the community hall and the now the Arts Center, and only residents of Hornby Island contribute to that service. And then the other one on Denman, because Denman is also left out, they have their own community facility service, which we're not discussing today. But I agree, like having the two, that's probably where the mix-up comes from. There's no current requests from Hornby, from this delegation for any regional money. They're just looking at what Hornby residents are currently paying into it. So hopefully that clarifies. I guess I do want, because there are two recommendations, I do agree with the CEO. If my question is, do we have a bit of time to do this contract? Like, can we give the time to Hornby Arts to go check with HIRA and others, see if they can gather support, wait a couple months? So basically, can we defer the second recommendation to give them that space and then come back later, or does staff need that now, or otherwise they'll be out of contract?
Yeah, through the chair, we can definitely defer.
Okay.
Of course, the proposed budget you'll see in January will be the 35,000.
Yeah.
But if there is additional need, they'll have to have that by recommended budget, which I would assume for finance purposes, at least by the beginning of March, to have that conversation. So 670 will come back in front of you as a community facility service. This one was about getting the arts and culture agreements, which is why it crossed over in hindsight. Maybe should have done a different way, but yeah.
Okay.
So if
This time.
you do that for the second recommendation, that's fine with
Yeah,
those timelines in mind.
I'd like to do that, and just to be extra clear for the delegation. So, like for me, I'll be looking HIRA specifically, High Seek ideally, Hornby Festival as a bonus. Like, any kind of support letter you can bring to your request and specific to the ask, not just a general letter of support. Otherwise, there's always next year, and perhaps we could look at a 1-year agreement if you think that the ground is maybe just needs more time to have those discussions. Potentially, we could do that, right? To just have a 1-year contract to allow them. I still want to talk on, sorry for this is not Hornby, in regards to 615, which is the rest of the area. So our list of contribution continues to be a little bit city-centric. We're still contributing, but I did appreciate, I want to say that the Courtney Arts Council is actually going to take their exhibitions out in the rural areas with rural themes. That's really good to see. And if I could ask staff to, and you don't have to comment today, but just to review, because I'm seeing a couple of museums and historical societies on there, I have to mention like Union Bay as the historical society and the Gold Museum, and it's kind of weird that I don't think we have a contract agreement with them as we do with the museum, for example, in Courtney and others. So I'm just wondering if we could explore, and if there's something I'm missing today, that's fine. But because rural residents in Union Bay contribute to that service, it would be nice to see some money potentially going to support the museum. I know they've had excellent exhibits in the past year with a great board, and I think we still have them just on the grant and aid kind of train. I'm not 100%, but it'd be nice to see if we could elevate them into the category of like contractual support. I think that's it. Thank you.
Thanks. We'll take that recommendation in our work plan for 2026 to touch base with Union Bay. And you may see them in the January through their one-time annual grant application. I haven't reviewed them all yet. Yeah.
Well, Union Bay is nothing if not historic. It was Union Bay and Union. And the ghost of Robert Dunsmuir that haunts us today. Anyway, all I have to say is congratulations and keep up the great work, and don't forget the little ones. Let's bring them along. I think, the world is becoming a pretty crazy place, especially with the advent of AI trying to correct everything you're doing. And, the kids need to pick up a pencil, start sketching. And I've got some very, very great grandchildren and nieces and nephews that they're into music and art and everything else and acting. And so I don't think that part is acknowledged enough in today's society. So Sorry.
Appreciate that. And thank you very much for all your time. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. So we're still on receipt. Boy, this has been a show in itself. No, I got on receipt. Anybody opposed? Okay. I'll second it. We're good? On one. Anybody opposed? Carrie. Now what about two? Do you want to just leave it off the table, not move it? Just leave two off the table. Okay. I would suggest we take a little break and grab some food and continue on this lovely path in another 20 minutes or so.
myself.
Click on it. They have to send you an empty.
Oh, but you know what? There's nowhere to see it. This is like a computer that's not connected to anything else. So I can't receive it.
Christmas is a big part of that. The little ones come up and look wide-eyed at all this music going on. Next thing you know, they're taking piano lessons. Next thing you know, they're taking guitar lessons. Next thing you know, they're singing a song. I reluctantly call this meeting back to order. Moved and seconded on receipt.
Thank you, Chair. And Doug DeMarzo, General Manager of Community Services, will be presenting this report. Doug, over to you.
Thank you. And through the chair, this is to provide an update on the inventory analysis work at Montrose Park and to seek direction on the location for a future playground in the community of Craigdarroch neighborhood. Essentially, we looked at two feasible locations in Craigdarroch, which could support a playground park development, one of them being Montrose, which is the focus of this one. And then the other being the Argyle Road Beach Access, which is under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Transportation and Transit. It's actually a triple wide road dedication. And then if we found that if this site was chosen, it'd probably require significant archaeological work and as well as a biophysical. So through that process and community engagement, we focused on Montrose Park to determine if there was suitability to support a playground and did undertake a biophysical assessment. In that report, there is some sensitive areas that exist on the site, but it was determined that park development was possible. And from an archaeological perspective, we'd still need to complete a cultural heritage permit at the construction stage through the Comox First Nation. So based on this information, in the staff report, we're suggesting we go ahead and work with the community next year to develop and design the playground, and as such, there's budget money for that. As a reminder, Montrose Park has been in that area for quite a while through 1977 subdivision. It's also been a question around various other services used in that area to support other facilities. So we'd be careful not to put constraints on that as development proceeded. Really, it's just focused on some small riparian areas and a little bit of wetland, and then quite a bit of area to look at developing a playground further into the park. So it'd be a gravel trail in and then into the playground space. So with that, I'll just open it up to any questions.
And we have questions. Director Arbor?
Thank you. And that was my favorite report of December 2025. Really great to see the consideration and also delineating the couple of options in that neighborhood. And I know residents are fairly excited about the prospect of having an amenity. And the staff the report talks about the pros and cons of both Argyle and Montrose, and also of course, as you mentioned, other services, the potential for a sewer pump to land there sometime in the future. I think that's what you were referring to with Montrose Park. And when I was reading through the report, I just tried to think about the long term, and when I think about so I'm trying to think of the right word here, but the vision, think about the Argyle potential for the playground and kind of what you see at Kai Bay and as a location for people to get together and sit on logs and stare at the beach while the children play on the playground and things like that. It also has opportunity for more parking. I realize there's also a lot of encroachment in that area from the lots. But so what I'm trying to say is I agree with staff that I don't have to agree with staff, but I do it from a different optic in the sense that it does seem to be the more difficult site. We'll have to do archaeology, we'll have to work with the ministry, but like it's a harder road. And I think the staff report indicates that, like Montrose Park, we already own it. We can already do the work. It's got a lot of ease to it. But when I think of Montrose Park, I actually think more of Glover Park. I imagine it as like maybe a little loop in there with a walkway and potentially a sewer pump down the line, and it's got the riparian area. On the pro side, I consulted with a couple of people, and one of them said, more shade because you could preserve some of the trees in Montrose, whereas the beach site would be probably more exposed unless we long-term design for trees or something like that. But after reflecting on it since Friday, I realized that that's also there was a lot of community interest in Argyle as well. I think we got a lot of both talking to residents on my end and also from staff engagement. There's a lot of interest in that longer term vision. So for the playground, I would, even though it's going to slow the process and might take longer to complete a playground, if we could chip away at it and advance it, I think I would like to see if, and staff is not amenable to it. It seems like you're open to both options, even though you propose Montrose as the place. But I think that option of Argyle, from a long-term perspective, may bring more community benefit in terms of that family experience and having that ocean view and having, you know, a bit like I described earlier, right? What you see in Kai Bay. It is a waterfront community. You know, everybody is, and that's a benefit that you can't find. It's an opportunity. It's probably the only opportunity other than Royston at the front, you know, that we have in a lot of the regional districts, all the way from Oyster River down to Fanny Bay. So most right-of-ways are small, like the other ones. All the other ones, they're really small, but this one is really wide. It's got a ton of room. It's got long-term room for parking, room for the playground, room for a picnic. You know, it's got a lot to work with. So I don't know if what the other directors or staff, or maybe from staff, if it'd be a big red flag or if it'd be a big concern, what it might mean to work planning if we look at Argyle instead. I'd be curious to know, but I'm kind of leaning that way. And for Montrose, it could be just a simple trail in the future with a couple of features. And I guess the downside, what led me to Argyle too, is just that uncertainty around having the potential sewer pump there. That it is a fair size lot, but it's still a significant building and thing that we could have there. Thanks.
You may also add a little bit more comments, as I didn't go through the report in full detail through the chair, if I may. Yeah, just some of the other considerations around Montrose is, as you have alluded to, it is a waterfront community, and there are 8 other beach accesses along that area. You know, often people do seek the forest as an auxiliary play space, which that Montrose playground does offer. And again, Argyle would offer obviously the consistency of going out to the beach and an easy factor too. So those are some of the considerations that came in. Another thought around Mountain Rose was it's just more central located to that playground. These are considered neighborhood playgrounds, so we don't actually see parking as being a major factor in planning these playgrounds. We assume they're balanced for the neighborhood and likely walkable. So yeah, just a couple other considerations that maybe weren't so explicit in the report. Again, Argyle does require Ministry of Transportation and Transit approvals, which we're not even sure we would be able to receive, just based on the on work we've done up around the beach for washroom buildings up around Saratoga. That was a very lengthy process. So be prepared that the very initial stage of this is just simply trying to get that first permit in place without any real design or community even conversation at that stage. So that could be up to a year or more before we even report back out to the community, just so you're aware of those timelines and constraints during your deliberation and consideration of this matter. That's about all I wanted to add, just for extra considerations as you think of this matter.
Director Hardy.
Yeah, hi. Just sharing my thoughts. And again, with regards to if we go down to Argyle Road, that concerns with regards to being or getting closer to an arc site. And just wondering whether it being built on or near a floodplain, if that's an issue or not. So just 2 comments or thoughts there. And I know Comox just a couple of weeks ago, you know, we're making some amendments to our park in behind the gym there, and the guys started digging up a spot where they were going to put in a new post, and poof, they came across a whole bunch of cracked rock that was all piled up. So there's obviously a home for a fire there at one time and then probably house posts in and around that area. So the likelihood of coming across something when we get down by the water is something to consider for sure, but not insurmountable. I think if work is being undertaken with Comox and their chip process, that things can probably be worked upon, but it may delay things too. So.
Yeah, I'm afraid I'm of the same mind. I think that if we can get a beach access that size, even if it takes a little bit of finagling with the ministry, I mean, people, it's human nature to sit there and want to look across the water, and that would be my choice. You know, maybe as time goes by and they do get a sewer lift station, then there's some opportunity to do something at Montrose too. But I mean, it reminds me of the beach access we have up at Saratoga Beach. It's actually bigger. It's almost the size of one of the RV parks up there. Sorry, Doug.
Oh,
Has
it's
more
fine.
to
I
add?
just,
Add
no,
more?
I just noticed my mic was off, so I just turned it back on.
Oh,
Sorry.
Director Arbor.
In your comments, Doug, you said, you know, you would want to verify the likelihood of taking a right away from Modi on Argyle and that kind of thing. Where as I was thinking about it, I was like, can we do public engagement with the knowns, including that one that could show a couple of, like, detail those options a little more, even if it's an artist rendering or something of like the playground at Montrose versus that one, and we could have the community kind of weigh in and have an engagement that way? Or in your comments, it seemed to suggest you would want to wait for community engagement, like like later until we have Modi or some other securities.
Good. This year's identifying the location, right? We could basically, we're at the stage where we've talked to the community about the two locations, various support on each location, various contradictions for each location. So really the next step in the public planning process is to understand the detailed use of that playground and what features that community wants that outweigh other features, whether they're movable and the costs associated with those. So you're really into the details, and that that playground, of course, that design can be put in either spot with that base information, but you know, it's getting that expectation up that Argyle Road's going to be the place. You start thinking about approaching the playground features with different types of shade coverings, including on the actual bought playground space. So there's different reasons and why you wouldn't maybe start that. I think we need that baseline information for the design of the playground to know the location in this case, because these locations are very different. One's a forested location and one's a beach location with exposure to sun and other things. And they both come with right off the top different themes. So if we're talking to about beach themes and also, okay, now we're at Montrose, then we have to go back out and redo it all again, right? So we're kind of in that next stage that we need to be sure of our location to bring the compatibility and suitability with the landscape around it.
Is there a decision today on this?
Yeah, our decision, well, no.
A recommendation?
A recommendation would be to identify Montrose Park and then move out to the conceptual site design with the committee and the residents eventually in early 2025. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think if we could just defer that so I could give it more consideration. I mean, it's also for me not an either or. Like when I mentioned that you could have two parks that are more developed over the next 5 or 10 years. Like I was at the base the other day with my son, and we kind of did the little run around where he can do activities, you know, like not weightlifting, but just like activities. And like Montrose, I was kind of thinking maybe it has that potential for a little loop with a couple of small activities in a forested environment. Cool, right? And then the other one, I have more, like Director Greaves talked about, like the new playground at Kai Bay, which is such an incredible value to both the neighborhood and some of the community. It probably sees more traffic. I know there were some notes from residents, a concern about Argyle, about increased traffic in the neighborhood, but Craig Darrick is so kind of hidden. It's not yet a destination like yeah, I guess there would be there. Yeah, it would get discovered, I guess. For me, from a long-term perspective, if we're just looking long-term, like I'm totally sold on doing the work for Argyle and taking a different approach from Monroe's. If we're looking at short-term, and as you say, we would be able to have a playground much quicker at Montrose, which would still be a great experience. It'd be in the forest and that kind of experience. And you made a good point about many of the residents there having that access to the ocean in other ways. Yeah, I because I just saw that for next 2 days, maybe I'd like to not move a recommendation today and maybe bring it back. Do you need that for budget? Or, I mean, we'll do something is what I'm trying to say. So I'm just wondering if there can be a provision for budget to continue to work, but maybe not today make a decision on either location.
Yeah, I think where you're at, I think one thing that's gonna help your decision making might be to consider approaching Minister of Transportation and Transit and just understanding what that takes.
Yeah.
And if a playground's been done anywhere on one of their road accesses, or if it's a complete showstopper, if we can get, we might not be able to get that information, they wanna submit some, but you know, we could bring that forward and next year we will continue to budget for the planning piece.
Yeah.
And whether we extend it or carry it forward isn't gonna make too much of a difference. I'm sure there'll be some work done in either location next year regardless.
Yeah, so I would be, as an alternate motion to keep the wheels flowing, I'd be willing to do that just for staff to engage with Ministry of Transportation to explore the potential for a right of way and yeah. Yeah, no, I'm not making the motion. I'm just saying what the motion would look like and you know, to explore that, as Doug said, that would be one unknowns that might help our as you say, help our decision-making process. And for the archaeology, I fully understand and accept it. And you know, that's a given that would have to happen. And yeah. And also the encroachments, but the encroachments are encroachments. So it's just be with the neighbors. It's not an insignificant, because when I look at IMAP, a lot of people are using that right away as their property. And this one, I guess I would take a different attitude than behind Tappan Street, where I felt that the impact was minimal in our new Union Bay Nature Park. But with this one, obviously, we would need resolution and kind of removal of those people's amenities that they've developed for their own property. You know?
Yeah, we've run into that many times before. Okay, well, let's dispense with receipt and while it's fresh in your mind, Director.
Sorry, can I just ask for clarity? Is the idea, the notion that the recommendation would be supported plus the engagement with Modi for additional conversations around Argyle?
No, I think we would not move those recommendations because it's basically a selection of a preferred site right now. And so we would leave that until we have more information about the potential for Modi to grant a right of way. And
So we're just looking for receipt.
receipt and then
Direction
an action
staff
directed to staff
or an
to
action item.
engage. Yeah.
Okay, good. Okay, so on receipt, anybody opposed? And now over to the director for some kind of a direction to staff.
Get a motion, right? Just to be.
Yep.
So move that staff that staff engage with the Ministry of Transportation to explore the potential for a right of way at Argyle as a potential neighborhood park. That we also explore with Comox First Nation to explore that same potential. Yeah. And archaeological consideration.
Yeah, you'd think if there's not much ground disturbance, it's not like you're gonna be putting pylons in or anything this time. So.
Yeah.
Okay, so is it seconded? Okay. All in favor? Passes. And Hornby Island Roadside Trail is in situation right away. Over to staff again.
Thank you. And through the chair, this is looking at the Hornby Roadside Trail right-of-way agreement. Basically, dating back as far as 2001, here we began developing a roadside trail network in which the CVRD basically took over the trail management of the system about 2017. And some of that network, which is approximately 8 kilometers long, has been constructed on private property. Most of it does lie within the Modi Road dedication, but every few years we try and move pieces to an SRW to formalize the section of the network to make sure that the island's interests in maintaining that trail are long known. So this piece is about 1 kilometer long, located on private property, and we're just looking to enter into statutory right away. And as such, there's been an evaluation of $11,000, well, $11,070, for which the CVRD would like to issue a donation receipt as well to the housing cooperative. So basically, that's what we're looking to do here with this agreement. Any questions?
Dr. Arbor.
Yeah, just say great work. And that's one of our critical corners where a lot of bikers and others don't feel as safe and if they stay on the road and don't quite know what to do. So I think that having that security moving forward and that agreement is a really good thing for future planning.
Are we done? We do receipt. Anybody opposed to receipt? That carries, and the recommendation attached. Move second on the recommendation. Any further discussion on that? Seeing none, call the question. Anyone opposed? That carries as well. Number 8, draft National Indigenous Peoples Day grant funding policy for receipt. Second on receipt and over to staff.
Thank you, Chair. And Kelly Broughton is our Manager of Financial Planning. Kelly will be introducing this staff report, the recommendation. Kelly.
Thank you. Through the CAO to the chair. Staff are here to request that the committee adopt policy number 152 and include $20,000 as an annual contribution, starting with the 2026 to 2030 financial plan. This is to support the National Indigenous Peoples Day event hosted by the Comox First Nation. Comox First Nation has led the celebration since 2023, and it has become an important opportunity for the whole community to honor Indigenous knowledge and culture through learning and celebrations together. Supporting this event reflects the CVRD's commitment to a positive government-to-government relationship with Comox First Nation and aligns with the CVRD Indigenous Relations Framework, the Statement of Reconciliation, and the Learning Journeys program. This also responds to recommendations from the Comox Valley Reconciliation Advisory Table, which identified cultural, education, and support for Indigenous-led events as a priority. The board has approved a $20,000 request for the past 3 years. Creating a policy will now provide stability for the event planning and streamlines our process so Comox First Nation will not need to apply annually. This grant would continue to be shared evenly across the 3 heritage conservation services in areas A being sound, B, and C. For the average household assessed at $865,000, the cost is about $2. Thank you, and staff are available for questions.
Questions, directors? Dr. Hardy?
Yeah, not really a question, but more of a comment, I guess, when we start looking at the National Indigenous Peoples Day and the event that gets put forward there. It's not just an event that the Comox First Nation puts on, but it's really, to me, it provides tangible benefits to everybody here in the Comox Valley. It's not just a Comox First Nation Indigenous Day, but quite often there's a lot of participation and involvement from other community members throughout the Comox Valley. So to me, I see a tangible benefit for the grant funding. And again, tangible benefits, not just to the event itself, but I think people that are visiting from outside the community that come in for the day to participate in the event, there's plenty of benefits to the city of Courtenay, town of Comox, area A, B, C, and village of Cumberland at the end of the day, in my opinion. So I have no problems with regards to supporting the recommendation moving forward. Thanks.
Any comments? No, I think this is basically for Comox council driven. Is it not? Because, you know, there might be other requests from like Cat Frank or somebody for additional funding, which we can pull from other sources, so.
Believe me, it's a significant event. A lot of us from the Comox community would rather take the day off and go enjoy the day. But a lot of us are involved in putting on that event because there's always been a request from residents in the Comox Valley on National Indigenous Day. Hey, can Comox put something on?
Yeah.
So, like I said, this isn't just let's throw some dollars at the Comox First Nation for them to put on this event. Really, it's a lot of Indigenous peoples within the Comox Valley that put on a very significant event to include everybody here in the Comox Valley. So, yeah, I guess I have a different perspective with regards to here's some grant dollars to help you put on an event, but it's a very busy day for the Comox community. So to help put on a tangible event for everybody from the valley and outside the valley to come and participate in.
And I would say that probably knowing from Canada Day what the real budget is considerably more than that to actually put on a day like that. So you sort of, Comox is taking their place along with Empire Days in Cumberland and July the 1st and Nautical Days. And I guess the farmers would be the fall fair, so.
Yeah.
Director? Or sorry, CAO.
Thanks. I would just add that while this, I didn't catch that was a D or a pro. I will say this policy is really about the funding opportunity. CVRD works quite closely with Comox administration around in-kind and volunteer opportunities for our staff and coordinating some of our other services to support this important event in the community. So this is just really fairly narrowly focused about the funding opportunity.
You know, a former director at this board who was very musical as well, Courtney Counselor. He wanted to call it the Festivalley because we're so blessed to have so many festivals in the Comox Valley. There's always something going on almost every weekend. So fantastic. I don't think anybody's in opposition to this going forward. So let's call it on receipt. Anybody opposed? Carried. And recommendation, please. Moving second on the recommendation. Don't see any lights on the recommendation. All in favor? That carries. Festivalley. Like, yeah. It's a good brand. Okay, on to the Royston curbside update for utility billing rates. And over to staff.
Great, thanks, Chair. So Stephanie Valdal is our services coordinator with the Comox Strathcona Waste Management, and Stephanie will be introducing this report. Stephanie, over to you.
So nice to see you.
Through the CAO to the chair and committee, good afternoon. I'm excited to present this report. There are essentially three parts to the recommendation. The first part being to postpone the initial expansion of the Royston garbage and recycling curbside program to include automation as well as organics at the curb to Q2 of 2027, which is in the spring. The second part is to maintain our current contract with Emterra until the expansion occurs. And the third part is to update the utility billing for 2025 to reflect the fees for manual service into 2027, when we will have a small increase to include organics collection and automation. We did have a little bit of a delay. We are working in conjunction with the Village of Cumberland to implement this transition. And so we are providing them enough time to finalize their decision. Are there any questions?
Any questions? Director Arbor.
Yeah, thanks. I didn't watch the Cumberland meetings on that, but I know some of the previous discussions in Cumberland from a couple of years back. And I know that their council with the budget pressures may have some hesitation to move everybody to automated because there's that front end cost to residents around getting the bins and all the stuff around that, right? So I'm just wondering if we're hitching to, well, first of all, it does look like we're very integrated, like in terms of the delivery of the service with Cumberland without being formally integrated. But I'm just wondering if we're hitching to our wagon. What if Cumberland Council decide not to move in that direction in a year from now, and at Royston we would like to keep par with Courtney and Comox? Am I right, first of all, that we are a little bit reliant and waiting on a council decision from the Village of Cumberland?
There is some reliance on their decision, that's correct. The service for between Royston and Cumberland is a mirrored service, so our collection is occurring on the same day,
Yeah.
which is why we tendered that contract together. It also provides some economies of scale, but it's not necessarily contingent on the decision from the village. If they decide to stay with manual collection, we can still continue on with automation and organics collection.
Okay, that's helpful. And I guess what they have already that we don't have is the organics collection. So I think they're not as, I don't feel they're as pressed to bring in the positive change than we might be. But I'm willing to go with the plan. If it looks like just please update us if you hear that Cumberland is not moving forward, and then maybe we can at least look to introduce organics right away, and maybe we'll need more lead time for automation.
We'll certainly provide an update if the recommendation isn't going to be executed as planned.
Okay, thank you.
So let me say that once again, Royston is light years ahead of the rest of the electoral areas when it comes to solid waste, recycling, organics. They're happy people. Well, they got in on the ground floor and we couldn't seem to convince the rest of the area that, we get into Recycle BC early and we can actually do some stuff. But anyway, is what it is, what it is. So we're on receipt. Any opposed to receipt? That carries. And the recommendation, please. Moving second on the recommendation. Any further discussion? Seeing none. Anybody opposed? That carries. Now, number 10, Community Parks and Greenways Service 621 Equity Consideration Follow-up for receipt. Second.
Mr. Chair, this report is the result of your last committee meeting where the matter was referred for a month. Following some of the discussion, following the presentation from staff and then some of the discussion from the directors, it was chosen to refer this topic to today's meeting. And so the staff report here is presented again, and staff would be available to support the discussion and proceed in whichever direction the committee wants to move forward with.
Does the director want to elaborate a little bit? Is there any second thoughts involved or any considerations of compromise or some way moving forward or waiting until after the actual review to move forward? Director?
Yeah, thanks. I did circulate a draft service review letter for this, but it's not on my letterhead yet. And our CEO advised, that we would be talking about this again today. We had fairly extensive discussion on that last time. I think I've been pretty consistent for the last 2 years saying that I would want to see a change before the next election, an adjustment. The only thing I would add today as I was reflecting the last couple of weeks is I'm surprised that this became a contentious thing amongst the three of us, because 2 years ago, I think even with Dr. Grieve, I saw this as an administrative endeavor, as we have in many other services. I didn't think that there would be that attachment to keeping Bainsound with the BNC as much, and even with staff, I can tell. But at the end of the day, I also didn't hear a lot of arguments that in the long term, as with regional park and all those other things that even when I consider the services on Hornby and Denman, like I think there's other alternative models that would engage residents of Area A more into the service, would provide more clarity to what each of us are getting for value. And I even said that I was willing, if there was a service review, to negotiate a pathway that's not as disruptive, in the sense that, you know, if we ended up negotiating that Area A, so to soften the blow, continues to contribute for a few years to the BNC so that you don't have to do the 20%. So I've laid all that out for the last year and a half anyways. And then at the last meeting, there was an option on the table, and it's still on the table because it's deferred to today, which I came up with, trying to, and we talked about that since August, to do a big budget amendment, and I did prefer option 2. But I fully understand Dr. Hardy's comments, that that's a big jump for B and C, and it's actually a big jump for A. Like, I tried to come up with a negotiated solution where we also chip in to bring back that balance. And I do that without any guarantees of future, you know. So for me, Bainstown having its own service just makes so much sense, because I live the Hornby and Denman service, where there's pride and there's clarity around budget time, around where it goes. And as I don't want to rehash everything I've said before, but our rural service is so big that the budgets quite often, I can't tell. And it's taken me 5 years, 6 years to realize there might be an iniquity. Then we got staff to write a report about it, and then that iniquity was in fact recognized, like in numbers. And then I've been patient, right? So, yeah. So, but I appreciate, like, you know, that option too. And if it's service review, I'm hoping that we can just stay collegial and solutions oriented. Again, I'm really open to soften the blow of if there's a split in the service, and to look long term. What does this transition look like? What does it look like for our staff? So it's not like, oh my God, do we have to deal with this? You know, like I'm really amenable to that. But maybe we're unable to resolve that outside of a process that is dedicated to get us there.
Director Hardy?
Yeah, thanks. And I guess looking at the options, and maybe I'm just making things a little too simplistic for myself or for the team. But with regards to, again, what I made mention of as well, is the fact that why don't we, the 3 electoral area services committee members, sit down with the parks manager and sit down with the CAO and develop a strategy over the next 3 years, over the next 5 years, with regards to what are the priorities. And again, if there appears to be, you know, a thought with inequity for area A in comparison to B and C projects, then let's go back and reevaluate, and let's make area A a priority over B and C projects over the next little while. To me, that would ensure that, you know, one of the concerns I think a lot of us at the committee here or at the CVRD board table is the fact of fiscal responsibility and not trying to increase tax requisitions by another 10 to 24%. And to me, if we can maintain the tax requisitions that we have right now, what we're budgeting for moving forward, and again, sit down at a table and strategize similar to what we've talked about with Modi, you know, developing strategic initiatives over the next 4 to 5 years, what's priority for A, B, and C, and recognize the fact that here's the budget, here's what we have available in the pie, and try and attribute some of those priorities more so to A over B and C moving forward, I think would be, to me, the best option. But that's just my thought. Thanks.
Director Harper?
Yeah, I guess if you now take my seat, you know, that approach is good for 1 year. I might sit across from 2 directors next year that will say, well, actually, no, we're not prioritizing area A in our budget, and, you know, I'd be outvoted at every turn. And the second piece is, I think partly why option 2 was developed of an increase is if you try to make that room for Area A, the Park Service has a lot of components in the service that are fixed costs. So I don't think that if you start redirecting to Area A, are you going to get less maintenance at Seal Bay, less maintenance at Nymph Falls? Like it's a lot of the operations are reliant on that annual funding. So you would have to, if we keep the same tax requisition, you would likely have to look at cuts in service. And I don't know. That's what I think having a service review could help with. And then maybe forward, like I like your idea of having the three of us sit with staff, but we've had already a number of meetings. And for me, I think for AAA, it's for the long term, it's much better to try to create a service that's then on its own, as we do with community forum, having Area A on its own, with its own services, like we were talking about the Hornby one with the arts earlier, right? So that's this area has a ton of individual services, and so for me, it's not. And I've also been clear that it's not dissing the last 15 years of effort. The Park Service has been very successful, but it's still 300 grand or so that currently every year Area A sends to Area B and C towards the parks operations budgets in your areas. And that's 300 grand that we leave on the table that's not benefiting Area A. So, yeah.
Well, with all the greatest respect, I would suggest that a lot of the directors feeling the feelings of inequity are very short term, because historically, over the 17, almost 18 years that I've been part of this association, it seems to be cyclical. We did the Royston Cumberland Colliery Trail, which was Area A, and in today's dollars, I'm sure it cost well over $2 million. The Royston Seaside Trail. Area B, we had Goose Pit Park, and of course the Seal Bay Park. So it goes around. What goes around comes around. I think we're stronger together. I am not ever going to be in favor of splitting that up. It takes so much to get people to agree on something to begin with. And I think it could be a very, very much a success. We do have a review coming up this year as well. Talk about the region-wide park service, and it's in its infancy right now, so we don't even know where that's going to land at the end of the day. But I would give serious thought to going ahead with the arrangement we have already, and we're talking about leveling things up. I don't think anybody around this table is adverse to that. I think it'd be a lot better to have everybody paying into parks in Area A and leveling up the playing field. I don't think there's much to be gained by us fragmenting the whole service. I think it's been very successful, and when you take a look at it over the long vision, it has been pretty equitable. It has been pretty equal. So I just think that this is a point in time, and it's not necessarily going to continue like this. I agree that we should sit down in the spring and go through this and come to some compromise that keeps the service intact. Insofar as the service review, I think the director has to realize this is going to take a lot of staff time. It's going to cost a lot of money, and there's absolutely no assurance of the outcome would be to your satisfaction. So it's a bit of a step into the abyss. I think being that we've got one more year left in our tenure, if that's something that the future directors want to take into consideration, then they can. But I would definitely strongly recommend we stay together, we work it out, and Area A has so many opportunities of developing parks and facilities. I think also that some of this was predicated by our rec commission and their inability to look beyond the borders of Courtney sometimes. So it just seems like the Park Service is the one that's taking a hit, and I don't think that's right. I think we should keep it together. And I think the director will see in the long term that it will be an equitable service. Thank you. Who's first? Director Arbor.
Thanks. The rec service is in my sights, but not for today, probably not for this term. In regards to, I think your comment about the cyclical nature, and you are correct that, some of the trails were secured in Area A around the 2010 to 2015 time. But if it was equitable, I think the math don't support your argument that it's equitable, because it would be reflected in the operations cost. And, if we had the same amount of parks, so to speak, and the same amount of activity and care and attention, and the report we got showed that Area A received 10% of operations budget, and that each year we contributed 25% of that budget, which is actually a big gap. That's where a lot of those hundreds of thousands of dollars come from in disparity. I think I will, and second, I mean, when you say I may not get the outcome that I want, I think it's up to participants in the framework of regional district to stay or leave from a service. And my letter, my draft letters does state that it would be with intent to leave the service. So the service review would really be, in my opinion, more of a negotiation around what that looks like. And I think we will go that route, because I haven't heard other scenarios that that the two other directors. I mean, status quo is the best for Area B and C. So I appreciate you defending the status quo, right? But what I'm saying is, on this service, it's not just short term. I think long term, the benefit of the residents from Royston to Fanny Bay of having their own park service will bring the same element of care, community engagement, and pride in that service, and also more clarity at budget time as to the transparency and efficiency and where we put money in that service.
Director Hardy.
Thanks, Chair, and I appreciate the respectful conversation and dialogue that we're having here. And again, like I said, going back to option number 4, it's how do we move forward with regards to addressing concerns with regards to inequities. But I think one of the things that we also need to take into consideration, or ask that things get taken into consideration, is when we start looking at some of the various grant dollars that all 3 parties collaborate on, and the rural community grant dollars, there's times where there's pockets of Area B or Area C community grant dollars that get directed towards Area A functions or events that I think may be getting overlooked. And I also look at the the Union Bay Fire Hall, and a significant contribution that was made by Area B and Area C to help out Area A. So when we start talking about inequities in this particular service, I do think that there are other services where Area B and C do make significant contributions to Area A. And I would ask that those be considered when evaluating the inequities of the Park Service, what's transpired over the years. To me, again, like I said, I think or as Director Grieve has said, we work better together. And to me, I think there's room to sit down and have those conversations with regards to how we make sure Area A inequities in the Park Service may be addressed. But to just turn around and say, I'm just going to get out anyways because I'm not sure who's going to be at the board table here in the next session or administration, I don't think it's fair either. And if that's the approach that we're going to take, then like Director Grievous stated, maybe we just wait and talk about this service, during the next administration. So those are just some of my thoughts here right now. Thanks.
Director Arbor?
Question to staff. So I went through the legislation around service review and the different modes, so to speak, because I think they have three different ways that they recommend it can be done. One is a bylaw-based review. The other one is the shoot, I forget the precise names. One's a bylaw-based. Jake, I know those. So anyways, there's three. So I don't know if staff has given their because this topic has been around since August now. So I don't know if staff has given thought to what a format would look like for a service review and whether we could have some recommendations on that for the January meeting. My understanding is it can take 6 to 8 months or something like that, and then eventually it moves to the minister to approve the bylaw changes if it applies. But I'd just like to get the insight of staff that whether that work could be completed prior to the next election.
I think, and I'll ask Jake Martins to come to the table if he's got more to add. The Local Government Act certainly speaks to service reviews, and it's very prescriptive in terms of the process to follow. I think that's the statutory review you'd be speaking to, as well as it provides for some consideration of bylaw-based reviews where a service bylaw may have some description of a process. I think fundamentally the important pieces of a service review are around identifying what the problem is, what the issues are at hand, and then working towards some sort of resolution of that. That does take some time to really be clear on what the issues are and providing them the analysis and the information needed to be able to make some decisions around that for the service partners. The ministry is involved right from the get-go. The letter, I think the legislation is really clear. It says the letter from a participant must go to the minister as well as the participants and the regional district. And so the ministry is involved right from the get-go. Usually it's in an advisory capacity. But when you move along to a service, if there's going to be any formal changes coming out of a service review or a service withdrawal, the province does have to authorize that, whether it's through the inspector of municipalities or some other means. So it's not easy to say whether or not this could be resolved in 6 to 8 months, or it really does depend on what the parties come to the table with in terms of issues and priorities and things to work on, and then the ability of your staff team and whether we need to go to a third party to present findings and present analysis and provide you with the information you need to make the decisions about how to progress, how to proceed. While I've got the mic, I think there was also comments here about the ability to come together and prioritize workloads and prioritize budget amounts and whatnot. Those opportunities are always available for you as a committee. We've had this topic on an agenda a few times, and so you're able to not only receive, the semi-annual work plan that the Parks Department comes forward with, but you're able to provide direction around the various pieces of work. During the budget considerations, January, February, March, that's also a really good time to look at the work plans to understand what is a priority, what staff are identifying as work plan items, and then provide additional instruction beyond that. Jake, if there's more to the service review question, that was Director Arbor's focus here.
Thanks. Excuse me. I'll be brief. I think the one point just worth clarifying is that yes, the service review process is designed to try and address the conflict that the parties have, and so that process, whether it's through a statutory review or through a bylaw based, in our case, I believe our bylaw provides for what the ministry may consider a customized review process, although there's no detail to that process. We need to develop that process and then work through that service review in a way that, again, is towards seeking resolution, seeking agreement by the parties. Subsequent to that, should there not be agreement, then after a period of time, then a withdrawal process can be initiated. And again, there's a whole series of steps associated with that to seek a solution or a resolution to that's satisfactory to the parties. So yeah, emphasis here is that it takes time. It'll be costly, but nonetheless, the first step I would suggest, should it be the will of the parties, is that the service review process would work towards or develop a process to work towards a solution, even though some members may have a notion of seeking a withdrawal through that process. But the way it's structured is that it should be working towards seeking some sort of agreement.
If I may, Chair.
Just one point. I think Jake speaks to the fact that, you know, we should get our own house in order first. There's a lot of opportunity for us to review this. So, you know, there's a lot of opportunity, I think, to address the core of the concern if everybody has an open mind, as we're are obligated to do under the Local Government Act. So, you know, if we go into this with an open mind, we've already pretty well, the other two directors have committed to having an open mind on this. So unless there's, you know, if there isn't an ulterior motive to this review, and it is about parks, and it is about equity in park expenditure of the park budget, then I'm sure we can work it out between us. I really am. So, Director, over to you.
Thanks. We haven't, and I think we need assistance. And second, thank you first of all for staff for the clarity of the response around, and that was the statutory review versus the bylaw base review. The other one I think is the informal review that they talk about, and or there's some other thing in there. If we had a common objective. And I'll give you an example. The service review can also look like the letter that we got from Jordan Wall a year ago of Comox withdrawing from the housing authority. And I didn't see the two of you fight too hard to keep Comox in. They were out in 2 meetings. It literally took us 2 meetings to get Comox out of the service with 0 penalties. So I'm just saying, there's also easy ways to do this if we can come to agreement. But I think we're lacking in coming to agreement. I think there's a lot of talk. There's been no reflections in budget. There's been definitely more resistant than I expected. And I can't let it linger. I've got a big program of work that I want to devise next term for parks in Area A. I've actually said, and hopefully park staff heard me say, I actually want to invest more in parks. Like, I'm bullish, as I am on Hornby and Denman, but I need a vehicle that I feel is fair and equitable. And perhaps I will keep an open mind, but perhaps we will find a resolution without splitting the service. But I think we need to enter a formal process because we're just spinning our wheels at ESC discussing this, and we're not finding a solution.
So when would our informal review, when is that set? In the early spring or?
Well, so the question is around, Dr. Arbor mentioned 3 types of reviews: bylaw, statutory, and informal. I would characterize an informal review as what the committee and the board does on a regular basis. You're always looking at your budgets, you're always looking at policy, you're always looking at setting direction for service delivery. That's how I would characterize the informal review, and I see Jake nodding with that. The reference that Director Arbor made to the town of Comox's withdrawal from Service 450, that was a statutory process that resulted in a very quick exit by the town. So I'd say that's a little bit different than an informal review. If your question is around the ABC Parks strategic plan review, I think that is planned for 2026.
Yes.
And that would be work that would be undertaken in 2026 to look at the service, to look at the current plan you have, and give consideration to future work plans, partly in light of the regional park service being in place, but also partly in light of your other pressures facing you, existing parcels, future opportunities at that ABC Parks level.
So that would be the least expensive and most productive way forward, the way I see it. Jake.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, and I deferred it to Doug and James to correct me here if I got this wrong. But yeah, my understanding is that in 2026, what we had proposed was to undertake that strategic plan with a combination of a service review with that. So sort of doing the same both at the same time. And so that would be, you know, subject to the committee's direction here, our next step with budget approval, that we would undertake that planning process with a combination of a service review happening in 2026.
So that would be my motion. We let the process unfold without prejudicing it from the beginning. We're still on receipt. So let's dispense with receipt. Anybody opposed? Carried. And I'll put forward that motion that we proceed with our strategic plan and service review that's scheduled already on this function. I guess earlier the better. We have budget, but shortly after budget, I don't know what the timeline is on that. And then we actually formally discuss how we take paths forward to address the inequity that Area A feels around the Park Service. So I would move that, yeah, that we proceed with the service review / strategic plan review over the parks function.
I'll second.
Director Arbor.
Yeah, thanks. I'll be opposed to that motion. I don't have trust in that. There was a line in the report, in the parks report that kind of, I didn't bring it up last time but it kind of ticked me off, right? And you just said it again. And in the staff report, it was staff, but in this case, it's you. You say that the inequity that Area A feels. And in the staff report, it was the perceived inequity that Area A sees in the service. And there's numbers, there's a math. Like, and then when I read the staff report, I was like, would you go to KFN in a meeting and present a report where there's math that shows they're 300 grand in the hole on some shared initiative, and you called it a perceived inequity? No, you wouldn't. And then Director Grieve says, what?
Hypotheticals of using Comox First Nation.
Okay.
Is fair.
All right. I'll withdraw.
I'll withdraw perceived. I'll say inequity.
Yeah.
Is that calm, the director?
Yeah, I withdraw the comment. But I've maintained the point that what set me off was that I keep hearing that I'm not being heard, is what I'm trying to say, right? And that the math support the argument. It's not a feeling. It's 300 grand a year that we send to Area B and C for parks maintenance. It's not a feeling. It's not a perception. It's what staff wrote in their report 2 or 3 years ago, right? If I've misunderstood the report, then staff never clarified.
Dr. Marzo would like to come to the table and provide some context around this, and I'll have maybe a comment to follow there as well.
Doug.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that to our attention of your feelings on the staff report. I'd just like to acknowledge that as we brought this forward, much of the report did focus on financials, but when we provide a park service such as the ABC Park Service to a small community within a small geographic area, we can only say it's perceived because we are not entirely sure on the benefit Area A residents receive from attending Area B and C parks, especially parks like Nymph Falls and Goose Spit. We're not entirely sure what the benefit that Area A receives from the mountain bike trails in Comox, which are supported through Rec Grant. So we can only perceive from financial numbers that this is one issue, but we know that residents from all areas use parks in other areas, including Hornby and Denman, crossing back and forth and over. So without the factual numbers, there is some perception still there.
Let's not get caught up on the semantics.
Yeah.
I think we try to make it clear. If you take a look at the actual motion there's no perceptions, no feelings. Director Arbor?
Yeah, thanks. We'll be, I will send in my letter after this discussion. And I appreciate the clarification and the justification. And I did withdraw that comment, Dr. Hardy. I'm sorry for that. But at the end of the day, it's been a long journey to even get here. 2.5 years, I haven't seen any adjustments to budget and the intent to, I hear the directors liking the status quo that came up in our last discussion. Why should we increase the requisition by 20% just to fund some projects in area? That actually Director Hardy said many of those projects may not be legitimate. Like it's been hard to hear around this table the dismissal of my concerns. And so on that basis, yeah, we'll head to review on this. I hope it won't affect and as my draft letter says, we have excellent collaboration on all the services on so many of them. And I will keep the same level headed and continue with that. But on this one, and I decided not to do to the board like all service, like the rec is a good reminder. Thank you that I've been toying with that one for some time because there's serious problems there as well. But parks, I actually see a path that will be beneficial to all of us eventually, and I will go with that open mind into a service review. Thanks.
Director Hardy?
Thanks, Chairman. Again, try not to make things personal, but I believe a number of conversations we have made a commitment to let's sit down, the 3 committee members, the parks manager, and the CEO, and let's develop a strategy moving forward with regards to how we can address some of the concerns that have been put forward with regards to inequities in the park service for Area A. So I wouldn't say that we've ignored Area A and their concerns. I'd say I would argue differently that, and like I said, let's sit down and have a conversation about how we move forward. And we haven't done that. And I think that's fair for Area A to say, we have not sat down and decided strategic priorities over the next 3 to 5 years with regards to A, B, and C, and how we move forward to make sure that, you know, we're leveraging or averaging things out here at the end of the day. So I think that that commitment has been made. And I would like to at least have that acknowledged. Thanks.
Thank you, Director. So yeah, that's basically my feeling too. I think this is a little premature. I think that there's always room for discussion. There's always room to have open minds and to move forward. And my understanding through my short political career of 17.5 years is that it's never about one person or another. It's never about getting your way or the other person getting their way. It's about finding a way forward. And we're looking for a way forward here. So I'm going to call the question on the motion. We haven't voted. No. We did. We haven't voted on it. And I definitely would urge the director from Area A to stand back and reconsider his position. So on the equity considerations motion, all in favor? Any opposed? That carries. So I believe that brings us to the end of a beautiful day, except that we have to now adjourn to, is just in camera first? Okay, to in camera? Is there any other business? Oh, there's new business. Who's gonna take it off? Is it? Oh. The chief's got something to say. Say it on a mic so everybody can hear you out there in Etherland.
So, Director Arbor, Union Bay had their annual banquet, our awards banquet on last Saturday. Unfortunately, you weren't able to attend. They wanted to thank you for your support over the years, and especially now that they're getting their new fire hall. So they have made a plaque for you to ask us to present to you. Seems you weren't able to be there, so we would like to present this to you today.
Wait. I have a little comment to make first. So in terms of acknowledgement, Dr. Hardy spoke about the support from area B and C on this, and I'd like to invite you to the picture as well, because it's also, you deserve some credit. But the key thing I want to say is to the Union Bay Fire Department, I will not, it's a bit like this, the when you make the Western Conference final or something, I will not touch the plaque because the fire hall is not built. And I will leave this with staff and not touch it until the fireball is actually built. Thanks.
You're lit up. You're the star.
So are we secured? Yes, we did. We got a motion